All right. We are ready to get started. Today is Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. This is the City Council's regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving notice to members of the City Council and to the general public that at this meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Present.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Vice Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Would be my honor. Please stand if you're able.
Councilmember Garcia, would you read our mission statement?
Yes, the mission of the City of Flagstaff is to enhance. The mission of the City in Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Spence, can you read our land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Next up is open call to the public, which enables the public to address the council about any item that is not on tonight's agenda. And because it's not on tonight's agenda, we cannot answer questions or have you ask us questions, but we can direct staff to follow up with you. First up, we have Stephen Poor.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Last May 20th in 2025, the City Treasurer, Rick Tatter, made a presentation recommending that the City Council approve rehiring an investment manager for approximately $117 million. In that presentation materials and actual presentation, numerous red flags went off in my mind, being involved in investment management for decades. I spent over the next 3 months verifying what I witnessed. And here's what I was requesting. I was requesting the City Council fulfill their obligations under the charter. That is, that they monitor investments, that's all. To have the investment manager CC you on an email with the investment management reports. What's that cost? 100 days, no answer from your city attorney, no answer from anybody else in the council or the staff here to answer that question for me. It's a simple question if you don't have to do it. We did get the treasurer to write you a report, a little note in the city council. In that presentation to you, he noted a delegation of authority. Didn't cover these investments. Did you not notice that was demand deposit CDs, reverse repos, doesn't say anything about corporate bonds, which your investment policy allows 40% of your assets to be invested, 20% in other corporate debt. That's 60% of your debt, 60% of your investments in corporates. Your benchmark has 0. It's so easy to beat that when I can invest in corporates. So it's inappropriate, it's unethical what was done. The SEC is going to rule on this for you, and we'll see what happens elsewhere. But it's terrible that you've got to continue to bring this to your attention, that if I took a look, and I took a look at an appropriate benchmark for 6 different periods during the year 2022, 2023, and 2024, you're 0 for 6. You can't beat a benchmark that has corporate bonds in it. Isn't that what you told them to do? Isn't that what your investment policy says? Why are we hiring these guys? In 2024, your treasurer just gave you a report that gives an outline that supposedly you outperformed that easy benchmark by 20-some basis points. And it also mentions that you have $48 million with the Arizona Treasurer's local investment fund. Guess what that returned? 1% better than your manager. That's $1 million on 118. That's $1 million. He didn't put that investment return in your report, though, for some reason. That's why you should demand to get your obligation and oversight to get that report going directly to you. You would have known it doesn't have corporate bonds in that index. You would have known what those returns are in that corporate index. One of the things, thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Maring.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Colleen Maring. I'm the Chief People Officer at Northern Arizona Healthcare. And as I've shared with you here, and as many of you came and talked with us about at our recent strategic plan meeting in August, we are committed to putting our people and community first and listening to and being visible in the communities we serve. And as part of that effort, as we shared in August, we would be holding listening sessions this fall to help us understand what the community wants to see happen at the current FMC site if and when we relocate the hospital to a new location. So I'm pleased to announce that we've set dates for those forums, and I'm here to invite the Flagstaff community, as well as each of you as our elected officials, to come share ideas with us. The two public events are October 28th at noon and October 29th at 6 p.m., both in McGee Auditorium on the East Campus of Flagstaff Medical Center. And during these sessions, we'll provide some information about how we intend to make a recommendation to our NAH Board of Directors by the end of this calendar year about a potential to move to another location in order to build the modern regional referral facility we need to serve this community. But we heard loud and clear in 2023 that one reason people didn't support our move at that time was that we couldn't say what we would do with the current FMC campus if we relocated. And at that time we said, we'll engage you later, we'll make a plan later, that's far down the road. But we definitely heard that that was not an acceptable strategy. And so we now know that we need to help make that plan and make that vision prior to announcing where we intend to move, if and when we're able to. So we're holding these two listening sessions to hear from Flagstaff residents about what should happen on that site if we relocate. We've already had 2 forums for our colleagues, and we got some great feedback already, and you'll get to hear some of their feedback if you come to these open public sessions at the end of the month. So please join us. Again, it's October 28th at noon or the 29th at 6 p.m. In McGee Auditorium at FMC's campus. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have proclamations and recognitions. We have 3 proclamations this evening, and we will take them in order. And typically, we invite people who are here for each proclamation to join us down at the edge of the dais, and we take a photo, and then if someone from your organization wants to say a few words, you are welcome to do so. So, in order, we have Housing America Month. Thank you, Councilmember House. Domestic Violence Awareness Month and Indigenous Peoples Day. So anyone who's here for Housing America Month, please join us at the edge of the dais.
whereas safe and affordable housing is not a privilege, but a fundamental necessity that shapes individual well-being, public health, educational achievement, and access to opportunities. And whereas the City of Flagstaff continues to face severe housing pressures, with a median home price across all property types of $689,000 and an average rent above $2,234 per month. These figures remain out of reach for the average household earning $69,700 per year, and even further beyond the means of essential workers such as teachers, police, officers, and firefighters. And whereas the City of Flagstaff remains committed to expanding housing opportunities, implementing solutions, and delivering local programs that create long-term affordability, reduce displacement, and challenge opposition to inclusive development. And whereas as federal rhetoric and policies increasingly criminalize those without shelter, Flagstaff stands in solidarity with vulnerable community members by choosing housing-first approaches grounded in compassion, dignity, and evidence-based practice. And whereas the City of Flagstaff is deeply grateful for local housing providers, case managers, nonprofit partners, and advocates who support residents across the housing continuum and help move Flagstaff toward greater equity and resilience. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Housing America Month. Let us reject the idea that housing is a privilege and embrace our shared responsibility to make it a foundation of equity and opportunity for all.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Aiden Rutledge, and I'm an Administrative Specialist with the City of Flagstaff Housing Office. I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of our team. Housing America Month is a time to recognize the importance of affordable housing and to celebrate the people and partnerships that make it possible. Throughout October, we'll be sharing affordability spotlights on social media, highlighting properties and programs that both our office and partners have helped bring to life across Flagstaff. Every day, the city works alongside an incredible network of organizations that help make this proclamation more than just words on paper. Partners like Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, Flagstaff Shelter Services, Habitat for Humanity, Catholic Charities, and many others are on the front lines helping people find a stable place to call home. Our housing challenges are real. High costs and limited supply leave too many families struggling. But what sets Flagstaff apart is how our community responds. We continue to lead with collaboration, creativity, and compassion, using every tool available to make housing more accessible, from affordable housing incentives to partnerships that help first-time home buyers. This proclamation reminds us that housing is not just about buildings, it's about people. It's about ensuring that every teacher, every service worker, every family, and every neighbor has the security and opportunity that a home provides. On behalf of the city's housing office, I want to thank our nonprofit partners, advocates, and community members who make this work possible every day. Thank you a million.
And if I could have our partners who are here for Domestic Violence Awareness Month join us at the edge of the dais. October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Domestic violence is a pattern of behavior of violence and intimidation for the purpose of gaining power and control over an intimate partner, and increases the risk of other violence in the home, including child abuse. Although progress has been made toward preventing and ending domestic violence and providing support to survivors and their families, important work remains to be done. Domestic violence affects people of all genders, sexual orientations, ages, racial, ethnic, cultural, social, religious, and economic groups. Encompassing more than 16 million people every year in the United States, including at least 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men. Approximately 25% of all children witness domestic violence during their childhood. Children exposed to domestic violence can experience long-term consequences, including difficulty at school, substance abuse, behavioral problems, and serious adult health problems. The Flagstaff Police Department recorded 1,756 calls for service for domestic violence in 2024, a 7.5% increase from 2023. Survivors of domestic violence exhibit amazing courage, strength, and determination in the aftermath of such violence and deserve support and access to culturally responsive, trauma-informed programs and services to increase their safety and self-sufficiency. The City of Flagstaff encourages all community members to work to support survivors of domestic violence and the efforts of community organizations that provide community education and outreach, as well as services and support to survivors of domestic violence. Now, therefore, I, Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Flagstaff, Arizona, and call upon the citizens of Flagstaff to join law enforcement, victim advocacy groups, and other local organizations to make our community a safe and supportive place for all of our families. To further acknowledge and support Domestic Violence Month, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, the city will raise the Domestic Violence Awareness flag in front of City Hall for the month of October 2025.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen Runge, and I'm honored to be here today representing not just Victim Witness Services, but all of the agencies, advocates, and partners across Coconino County who show up day after day for those impacted by domestic violence. We are a network of people who believe in something simple but powerful, that no one deserves to live in fear. Domestic violence does not have a demographic. It doesn't care about where you live, what you earn, who you love, or what title you hold. It happens in quiet homes on the outskirts of town and in city apartments, among young couples and long marriages, across every race, faith, and neighborhood. It can happen to anyone, and that truth is both heartbreaking and unifying, because when we accept that domestic violence is not someone else's problem, we start to see it for what it really is, a community issue that demands a community response. That response looks like the law enforcement officer who answers a call at 2 a.m., the nurse who gently collects evidence in a forensic exam, the shelter staff member who says, "We have a safe place for you," the advocate who sits beside a survivor in court or quietly hands over a safety plan in a grocery store parking lot. It's the friend who notices something and says, "You don't seem okay." Every single one of those moments matter because each one offers something stronger than fear. It offers hope. Hope that things can change, hope that safety can be rebuilt, hope that healing is possible, even after the worst moments of someone's life. And hope isn't passive. Hope is action. Hope is showing up, even when it's hard. Hope is believing that every survivor has the right to live a life free of violence, and doing our part to make that possible. As we stand here today during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Let us honor the courage of survivors who have come forward and the resilience of those still finding their voice. Let us recognize every advocate, every partner, and every person who chooses to make this work part of their daily life. And let us recommit together to being a city that stands for safety, for dignity, and for hope.
Could I have everyone coming to stand up for the Indigenous Peoples' Day proclamation? Want to stand with me? Whereas the city of Flagstaff recognizes that it is built on lands known, inhabited, loved, and respected by Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. And whereas the city of Flagstaff was built and is still energized and maintained and shaped today with Indigenous peoples' knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and commerce, and whereas advocating for and supporting actions that lead to the advancement of social and environmental justice for Indigenous communities is a priority per City Council goals and objectives, and whereas the City of Flagstaff understands that government entities, organizations, and public institutions have a responsibility to enact policies to combat racism and to build justice and equity for Indigenous people and all people who suffer from the effects of prejudice and discrimination. And whereas the observance of Columbus Day is a commemoration of assimilation, acculturation, and genocide against Indigenous peoples, and whereas to this end, city officials and residents throughout Flagstaff and the surrounding areas participated in 2016 and 2017 in a series of Indigenous community forums to hear the concerns and ideas of Indigenous peoples and adopt the strategy and recommendations that came from these forums. And whereas the City of Flagstaff resolved in 2018 to support efforts to educate the public about historic and contemporary Indigenous human rights concerns, and to honor its Indigenous roots by becoming a better steward of the land it is built upon. And whereas the City of Flagstaff, Mayor and Council members hereby recognize and renew the commitment between the City of Flagstaff and the Indigenous nations and communities of Northern Arizona to work together for the benefit of all. Now therefore I, on behalf of Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim next Monday, October 13th, 2025, as Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Yat good afternoon. Shay hi tchini no danchni do kilachini bashchin. Ashkazar dashanado shi. Those are my 4 clans, my mom and dad, and my grandparents from both sides. I'm going to have our co-chair, one of our co-chairs for the Indigenous Commission, talk on our behalf.
Los Amchanyavu, Quechamalea, Inepo Mariah Zavala, welcome, bienvenidos, hola, yate, saying hello in all the languages. I am a member of the Pasco Yaqui tribe, Oaxacan and Puerto Rican, so extending my greetings to you in English, Yoeme, and Spanish, and in Dene for my auntie over here. We would love to invite you to our our event that we've been hard at work for Indigenous Peoples Day this Monday, October 13th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. A free event to the public for all our relevant relatives. Again, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Elks Lodge. We'll have some vendors there with resources for health and wellness. We'll also have some Indigenous entrepreneurs selling their wares and crafts there. Our theme this year is from policy to prosperity. With all the uncertainty that's happening in our world, in our lands, and in our government, we hope this will be a very supportive and kind and welcoming space for us to gather and have honest conversations on how we can move forward in these times and how we can move forward together. We'll also have lunch, which is open to the public, so please come by. We'll have our local family hosted by Maddie Benali, who will be providing Indigenous tacos in the afternoon. We'll have a cultural share there, and we just hope you can come and bring some good energy, and we can share good medicine and be together on a day where we no longer honor or acknowledge the genocide and pain from Christopher Columbus, but instead celebrate our Indigenous communities that are moving forward hand in hand with our partners and allies. Chiokwe Tesiat.
I just also want to have a little bit of a time regarding who we're going to have our keynote speaker, who is the Vice Mayor of Tempe. She's Dine. She'll be coming up to give us a keynote. And then we'll also have our wonderful mayor and council member liaison, Lori Matthews, as well there. And then we're going to also have a little bit of Miss Hopi and her attendant talking about what they're working on in their time of having these titles. And then we're also going to have Indigenous business panel that are going to be talking about their businesses and what they do for the community here. And we're also going to have another speaker who is the Director of Tribal Community Connections, Local First Arizona. And he's going to be talking regarding what he does in his work. And then there'll be a cultural share like Commissioner Zavala had said, and that is going to be the Pine Country Powwow Society. They'll be doing an exhibition dances of the different powwow styles. And I also want to add, on top of what domestic violence is about for this month, we are also putting on October 20th and 21st, we're going to show some films over at the Center for the Arts. And the first one is going to be the Shape-Shifting Defense. And that is about a native Navajo lady that was murdered over on the campus of the medical center. And then also, there's also another documentary, She Cried That Day, about a missing relative. And that's going to be on the 21st at 5, both of them are at 5:30. And then we're also going to have on the 22nd, what we call, hold on a second, sorry. We're going to be having the Voices Unheard, Breaking the Silence, and that has to do with all the red flags, all the precursors to what could be, including domestic violence, of what could be precursors to the missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. And everyone's welcome to come and hear from our speakers. So please come and also be a part of those days. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have council liaison reports, and I will start with Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Rose just stole the thunder on my Indigenous Peoples' Day announcement. And another one is in a to from, but we did have a Mountain Line meeting last week, and just some of the updates, working on the tax increase that was done. We're continuing to rehab benches and shelters and working on our paratransit agreements to serve our clients better and more timely. And those are just some of the highlights that we discussed.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Nothing today, Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan.
We're going to pass today, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Tomorrow, there is a shortened Metro Plan meeting, 9 to 10 at the DCC.
Councilmember House.
Nothing for me today, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Spence.
Also, nothing today.
All right, moving down to consideration of appointments. We have an appointment to the Housing Commission made by Councilmember Aslan.
Madam Mayor, I would like to nominate Sarah Meyer to the position of building and real estate professional.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank
Any
you.
opposed? All right, thank you. Moving down, liquor license public hearings. We have just one today. So I'm going to open the public hearing and hear from staff.
Georgiana Stasky, Deputy City Clerk. Before you today is a liquor license application for a new application of a Series 12 restaurant license for the Porch Flagstaff, located at 360 West Forest Meadows Street. The agent on the application is John Stephen Dolan, and the manager handling the day-to-day operations is Joseph Anthony Haggerty. The Police Department and Planning and Development Services have conducted their respective investigations. Those reports were included in the agenda packet. There are representatives from the divisions here to answer any questions you may have, and representatives from the business were also invited to attend the hearing today.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? And I see we don't have any public comment. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we can deliberate, or someone can make a motion.
Mayor, I will move to forward the application to the state with a recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, next up, consent agenda. All matters under the consent agenda are considered by the City Council to be routine unless a member of the City Council expresses a desire at the meeting to remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion. The agenda will be enacted by one motion approving the recommendations. I would like to pull item thank you. Not number, letter F. So I will entertain unless there are other items that you would like to pull, I will entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve A through H minus F. Is that okay? Or? Yes. Okay, A through H minus F of the consent agenda items.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And so item F, or letter F, I had spoken to staff about ahead of time and just asked that they be present to answer any questions that might come up. I just wanted to make sure that we gave council members and the public an opportunity to ask any questions. And also, Chief, if you have anything that you would like to add.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, city management. I'm open for some questions, and then I'll be able to follow up with some things that I think are important.
Council, do you have any questions? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for being here and for taking some questions on this item. I understand that this is the extension of our existing body camera system. But some of what I've been reading from Axon and other entities are talking more about the integration of artificial intelligence and programs like that in reporting and that sort of use. And I'm wondering if that is part of this contract extension, if we have integrated that or are considering that sort of integration, or kind of what our thought process is there.
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, Councilmember House, that's a very insightful question. And in this package, I just want to say, you know, the City of Flagstaff and the Flagstaff Police Department in July of 2014 was groundbreaking. They were one of the first cities and police departments in America to embrace the body-worn camera system as a form of legitimacy and transparency, and that technology continues to evolve and be hyper important for what we do on a daily basis. Roughly 200,000 videos a year are downloaded at approximately 400 to 500 a day of everything we do, so I think it's very important. The component, as AI takes over and so many of our technologies, currently with the camera system, there is no report writing component in it. What this AI report writing component, which will be in this, we spend significant money at the end of shift writing our reports. Officers are going call to call all day long, and they come back at the end of their 10-hour shift and write their reports. The new technology is taking us down a path where in real time that camera is recording the conversation and creating a rough draft of what was said, super accurate, and then the officer sits after that call and in a lot shorter time frame is able to see an AI report that is generated. They have to go through it and edit it. There's actually things put in it, so they have to review it. And so yes, the short answer to your question is it is part of it. And I think for us, when we look at financial responsibility and the amount of money we're spending on overtime writing reports at the end of shift, I'm hoping to see some financial efficiency and increased accuracy with the report writing.
And are there plans to look at any sort of, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, so apologies for the gaps here, but any sort of protective measures or policy in terms of how reliant the officers may be on this? Just because with AI is a very helpful tool, there's no denying that. It does have its own programmatic barriers and challenges, and one of the things that somewhat concerns me is the ability of AI to make its own assumptions on how an interaction may have gone or what it thinks that the person using it kind of wants to hear, that you have to really actively build in some stopgaps for. And so I'm just wondering what our department is doing or has done or is considering to put those stopgaps in, to do some, whether it's bias training in the inputs that are being entered for that use, or policies that may be under consideration for ensuring that the officer is really updating based off of their live interaction in that experience and not just relying on what the artificial intelligence maybe is making assumptions, so that they can go in and correct some of those assumptions if needed.
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember House, I think you're incredibly wise in the conversations. You know, we've been having tech tips in our leadership and extended leadership meetings about the impact of AI just in our daily work here within the city. One of the things, and I think what I'm hearing too, and I think it would be important as we move, we're not in implementation of this yet. I think it would be important to have Axon come in and talk about the research that was done for years prior to implementation to this. What I've heard from them is this is a system from an AI perspective that's not extracting from the outside sources. So it's based on the conversation that's learned, but I think we have to be hypersensitive, and I'm in alignment with you related to ensuring that verbiage that is between the officer and the witness, the victim or the suspect, is free of bias, is intelligent, and is documented accurately. That we have leaned into that research from Axon. We have seen some demonstrations of that, but I think as we evolve, you hear me talk about this. Great police departments are rooted in great training, supported by great policy with systems of accountability and then officer wellness. And so before, my promise to everybody and to the community is before we implement this, we will make sure that those assurances are in there for the types of things that you've articulated. But I think it would be really cool for everybody to see a demonstration of this. The other thing that I think is amazing is that with the new AB4, it has the ability to translate 55 different languages. So if we're out on a call for service where we have a language barrier and we're not able to communicate, the officer has the ability to activate that function, and then the camera is translating in 55 different languages so we can bridge that gap if we don't have a translator on shift.
Really great stuff. Thank you very much, Chief. And I saw CJ stood up in the back. I don't know if you had anything
That's
to
our
add.
AI guru.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm CJ Perry, your CIO. Just to kind of add a little bit of context related to bias, there's a lot of different AI systems and the way AI systems are trained. In this particular instance, there are actually already safeguards put in by Axon. So I would think of this more like a transcription service that has some added AI functionality. Where you get a lot of bias is where you're trying to get it to just take from the internet and try to make up stuff based off of your prompt. And in this case, it's using actually the body cam footage as its single source of truth and not trying to pull things from the internet or trying to make things up. There's a huge difference there in relation to how AI systems are programmed in that respect. So I have a very high level of confidence that there wouldn't be these types of bias in there. That being said, it is important for us to train the officers to double check the reports and go through that, and that's part of this whole process. So just kind of trying to reassure you that it's more like a transcription service than it is like some of the AI stuff that you may have played with by yourselves as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Chief Connolly, for that answer. But I had one question about the body cams. If you could do a quick summation of the importance of them for your officers in real time, what are they bringing to the table now as far as safety for the department and safety for the community?
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Garcia, the word that comes to mind is legitimacy. There's an expectation in community and society that we are legitimate in all of our interactions with community, no matter whether you're a victim, a witness, or a suspect. And since I've talked about becoming a young police officer absent a body camera. I couldn't imagine being out there now in this day and age as a form of capturing the facts of what had occurred in that particular incident. So when I look at the importance of that, it's first and foremost community safety. Those cameras are capturing that event in a whole host of levels. We know the impact biologically on the brain under stress and how victims and witnesses and officers, their mindsets of what they actually are perceiving is sometimes distorted by the pressure and what's going on. And so that video affords us that transparency and that legitimacy. It's also, you heard me talk about systems of accountability. When we talk about successful prosecution, when we talk about the righteousness of our performance, having that video as evidence of what factually happened at that moment in time, it's a form of our ability to hold ourselves accountable when we're not performing to our expectations. The other part of it too is, to be completely honest, if there are allegations made against our officers, it provides us a non-biased, very factual audio and video of what occurred for us to look into that performance so we can be very accurate and precise with it.
Thank you for your candor, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering, of the 55 languages, whether Dene or Hopi is included.
Mayor, members of council, and mayor, that was my very first ask, and the answer was no. They talked about the complexity of it and continuing to research. I even had this conversation with Rose and some others in the Police Chiefs and Indigenous Advisory Board, and I've asked Axon if they get to a place where they can figure that out. We want to be the alpha testers for it in our community because it's so important. But currently it is not one of the 55 languages within the package. They are cognizant and sensitive of the need in Flagstaff, and we're going to continue to apply pressure and be a supporter of advocating for that.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I will entertain a motion on item F.
Mayor, I will move to approve item F. Do I need to go through that?
Oh, that was not there. It was just this.
Mayor, council, and Councilmember House, no, you do need to make a motion to approve item F, yes.
I will move to approve item F.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving down to routine items. 10A is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-46 and 2025-19. Hello, Tiffany.
Hi, it's me. I'm here for the second read. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council, did you have any questions for Tiffany? Then I will entertain a motion to adopt.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2025-46.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, and a motion to read ordinance 2025-19.
Mayor, I will move to read ordinance number 2025-19 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10 Flagstaff Zoning Code by adopting by reference that certain document entitled PZ-25-00028- High Occupancy Housing Update, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. And a motion to adopt.
I move that we adopt ordinance number 2025-19.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Moving down to B, consideration and approval of planned residential development allowances and modifications to engineering standards.
Just a moment. All right, good afternoon, Council. My name is Ben Mejia. I'm a senior planner with the City of Flagstaff Planning and Development Services. For your consideration is a request for the use of planned residential development standards and modifications to engineering standards for STL 405 Pine Canyon expansion. The application that was reviewed was for a 54-lot single-family subdivision using PRD standards on 77.7 acres in the rural residential zone within the resource protection overlay. The parcel itself is 126 acres. What is being utilized for PRD is the 77.7 acres. We can go into a little bit further detail there later. And the applicant requests 5 modifications to engineering standards. You'll see that it was written in 4 requests. The 5th comes out of the 4th request for modification had kind of 2 parts. So the city engineer split those and gave 2 separate recommendations there. Just to give a little context for the location, to the north of this site is vacant land in the rural residential zone. To the west is the existing Pine Canyon, shown in this yellow color here, as single-family residential. It's single-family subdivisions. To the south is Coconino National Forest in the public lands forest zone. And to the east is additional rural residential as well as ER, estate residential zoned vacant land. City staff approved the preliminary plat on August 27th, 2025, based on conformance with all relevant development standards and the recommended conditions of approval. To elaborate on why there is kind of two acreages provided for this, the 126 less the 77.7 gives you the future development tracts. The applicant is creating 3 future development tracts for further consideration at a later date under its own entitlements. For the PRD, the proposal meets the development standards for the RR zone within, or utilizing PRD standards. The rural residential zone allows a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. The proposed density of the PRD is 0.69 units per acre. The future residential development tracts are not a part of this PRD. They will be developed under their own entitlements. The lot sizes for this subdivision, the lots created from it, range from approximately 9,637 square feet to approximately 80,278 square feet, meeting the development standards for the RR zone or using PRD standards with minimum lot area of 2,500 square feet, maximum lot coverage of 50%, lot dimensions, minimum lot dimensions of 30 by 50 feet, front setback of 12 feet, 20 feet for parking, the side setback of 5 feet, 10 feet for street side, and a rear setback of 12 feet. PRDs are required to provide a minimum of 15% of gross site area as common space. For this proposal, they are proposing to utilize or to meet that requirement through the use of a golf course. That is a separate application for the conditional use permit that is required for a golf course in this zone. However, the common space itself is being met by that, so there's some need for discussion on that, but the entitlement itself comes from the public hearing for the conditional use permit. The applicant has identified their intent to develop portions of the common space area for future amenities. So revisions to the total common space may be required, but it can't go below the 15% required, and currently it is 26.6% of the site area for the PRD. PRDs are required to select design elements totaling 5 points. This is being met by design element F, which is significant traffic calming design features selected from the engineering design standards and specifications for new infrastructure as approved by the city engineer. This is being met with the traffic circle that is being designed for John Wesley Powell at the entrance of this subdivision. The next design element is design element J, the provision of recreational amenities within a park or common space area, including but not limited to dog parks, picnic areas, and sports courts. In this case, they are proposing a golf course within the common space tract, which would meet that. Of course, as previously stated, the conditional use permit does need to be granted for this to be able to move forward as is. If that is not granted, alternative design elements would be required. And then the last design element selected is that the subdivision CCNRs and setback standards do not prohibit the development of accessory dwelling units. And staff will review the CCNRs with final plat to ensure conformance with that. A preliminary landscaping plan was approved with the review of the preliminary plat. On October 1st, the applicant proposed an alteration to the approved landscape plan and requested a modification to this, to the requirements of landscaping that's set out in the engineering standards. The request was for a reduction in the required parkway median number of trees in the parkway and median, specifically for the internal private streets. And their justification is to reduce demand for irrigation water. This is not a formal, or this doesn't require a formal engineering modification or modification to engineering standards. So it is going to be evaluated in the civil plan stage of the review, but at this time we wanted to just make you aware of some changes that are going to happen after the approval of the preliminary plat. So it's just kind of along the way there. The engineering standards allows for some flexibility with the meeting of those landscaping standards. They really establish baseline landscaping design themes, so there is sufficient justification to establish what the appropriate design theme is for the project. And that will be reviewed and evaluated at civil plan. As I previously stated, there are 5 modification requests, and I'll be going through them now. The first is for modification to the typical urban cul-de-sac, and specifically the back of curb radii. The city engineer has recommended approval of this request with the following conditions. First, that the cul-de-sac shall be signed for no parking. Second, that the cul-de-sac curb shall be painted red, indicating a fire lane and no parking. And third, that a concrete pad of sufficient length and width for 2 solid waste carts shall be provided behind the back of the cul-de-sac curb for each parcel prior to a certificate of occupancy. The second modification is to the residential local wide street section, which is a request to modify this detail to eliminate sidewalks. And the city engineer has recommended approval of this request with the following conditions: that the street segment shall be signed for no parking, and that the curb along the affected street segment shall be painted red, indicating a fire lane and no parking. The third modification request is modification to residential local street section, which is another modification to eliminate sidewalks, but it's to a different detail. The city engineer has also recommended approval of this request with the following conditions: that the final plat shall specify the type of roll curb and gutter, type C or type D, to be utilized as part of the local roadway cross-section detail. And the fourth modification, or 4A, is a modification to the entry road, specifically to separate the lanes, the entry and exit lanes, by use of a kind of a boulevard, large median. The city engineer has recommended approval of this request with the following conditions: entry and exit lanes shall be signed for no parking. Entry and exit lanes shall be painted red, indicating a fire lane and no parking. And now the fifth modification, at the time of the staff report being routed, the city engineer had recommended denial of this request, citing the rationale that's on the screen here. But since then, there has been further discussion, and the city engineer has considered this request and has taken a neutral position subject to the following condition, and that's that a memorandum of understanding shall be executed prior to approval of the final plat that includes a resolution to traffic impacts on John Wesley Powell Boulevard to the satisfaction of the city engineer, and that the use of the gate will abide by the regulations for public access as allowed by the existing Pine Canyon Development Agreement. The applicant has submitted a draft MOU, which is currently under review with staff. With that, staff recommend the City Council approve the use of PRD standards subject to the following conditions: that if a conditional use permit for the golf course facility is not granted, all reference to the golf course use must be removed on all future submittals, and an alternative PRD design element shall be elected by the applicant. The planning director shall determine compliance with the design element elected. And then for the, as for the modifications to engineering standards, staff recommend the City Council approve the requests for modifications to engineering standards 1 through 4, subject to the following conditions: that the civil engineering plans and final plat for STL 405 Pine Canyon expansion must meet the recommended conditions of approval as written in the city engineer response to engineering modification requests dated May 22nd, 2025. And then if City Council approves the request for modification to engineering standards number 5, staff recommends the following conditions of approval, and that a memorandum of understanding shall be executed prior to approval of the final plat that includes the resolution to traffic impacts on John Wesley Powell Boulevard to the satisfaction of the city engineer, and that the use of the gate will abide by the regulations for public access as allowed by the existing Pine Canyon Development Agreement. That's it for the presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions that I see. Lindsay's already ready to provide additional information regarding any of the engineering modifications, specifically to modification 5.
Thank you. Lindsay,
Yes.
do you want?
Yes, sorry.
Try it again.
Perfect. Sorry, Mayor, I didn't want to start without being recognized. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Lindsay Shuby. Apologies, I'm not there in person. And apologies, I turned my camera on too early. I jumped the gun on Ben's great presentation. Ben did a very thorough job. I think Todd and Hillary are in the audience on behalf of Symmetry, and I'm here online. We're just here respectfully requesting approval of this preliminary plat, including approval of stipulation or modification 5. We are well aware that there are, some ideological oppositions to gates in communities in Flagstaff. However, as we were before you, a few weeks ago, we look forward to the great development that we're bringing forward with State Trust Land 405. And the first phase does include, again, this expansion of Pine Canyon. It is a development that has historically been gated. I want to thank staff for taking the time over the past week to work with us. We do understand their concerns with impacts to John Wesley Powell, and we want to ensure that we enter into a memorandum of understanding to make sure that staff's concerns are met. The intention is not to create any issue with any traffic on JWP. So don't know if any of you are going to have questions, but again, respectfully requesting approval of the plat with allowing a gate just at this one location in the expansion of Pine Canyon. And we absolutely are in agreement of the memorandum of understanding. We submitted one to staff today, and we do agree that we'll get resolution on that far before the final plat comes before you. So respectfully request approval, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I've done a preliminary plat so far before, but I do have quite a few questions. So if I'm getting too far in the weeds for a preliminary plat, please let me know. So my first question has to do with the natural resources, and I was wondering if you could add some clarification to the tree resources and the steep slope protection in the area. We have some of our last pine trees in that area that I noticed when I went walking over there this weekend. I wanted to see how those are going to be protected moving forward. And also, if you could speak a little bit more to the contour and makeup of the area, because I want to have a better idea of if where this golf course is going to go.
Sure.
Ben,
yeah.
I didn't know if you were going to jump in. Yeah. Ben, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, so the residential resource protection standards require residential projects to preserve 50% of tree resources or forest resources. That was demonstrated in a natural resource protection plan. That hasn't been submitted here because
I didn't see it in the packet.
yeah, and I apologize. I should have prefaced that this is the first application under, maybe the second application under the new subdivision code. So really what is being considered today is the use of the planned residential development standards and the requests for the modifications to engineering standards. So the resource protection plan didn't really assist in that conversation, so it wasn't included with the packet here. But I can tell you that staff did review for conformance with the resource protection standards to achieve a minimum of 50% preservation, both for the entirety of the site as well as the components, or for the golf course tract itself as well. And then you asked for steep slope as well. That was also reviewed during the staff review process to ensure that it was meeting all code requirements.
Okay, so it's up to the standard and code. I get that. Thank you very much. I had another question about the sidewalks. Is it pretty typical in these rural residential areas to just not have sidewalks? Or was I misreading that in the plan?
That's an interesting question. I mean, so Pine Canyon developed without sidewalks, and I think that's ultimately a continuation of the design and aesthetic of Pine Canyon that the applicant is intending to pursue. As far as what is standard for other rural areas within the city of Flagstaff, I don't know that there have been projects within rural areas that would have triggered the requirement for a sidewalk and didn't. This is more about conformance with the development pattern established with Pine Canyon.
Right, but this is the first step in approving this particular project, correct?
Yes.
I guess that's why I have such questions that are kind of in the weeds and will probably come up again and again. So the last question was about what the attorney was talking about as far as the gate access and the issues that we're having currently with Pine Canyon. Does the staff want to speak to what we want to do there in the new development as far as not having a gate?
I don't know if Paul is here. Paul is here, but the staff's position is provided that the condition is met, that it would be a neutral recommendation. So neither positive or negative.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, Paul Mood, City Engineer. As Ben referenced and Lindsay referenced, the gate right now on JWP for existing Pine Canyon, it's the construction traffic in the morning waiting to get in will back up like 50 cars deep onto JWP. And we don't want that to happen once we do our John Wesley Powell extension project. And it's not a big deal right now because the road dead ends, but once that road goes through, we can't have that happen. So I did look at the MOU that they sent over this afternoon, and they're talking about notifying all the contractors about not showing up before 7 a.m. Just a program of outreach to the residents with any of their staff or contractors like plumbers or electricians coming in. So fairly confident the MOU will work.
And during your studies, did you find that when you factored in the amount of traffic that's going to be going into the area and also into the development, that that'll be sufficient beyond construction equipment in the future?
Are you referencing, I mean, the gate for like residents going in and out?
Just in the area, since it's coming right off of the main road.
Yeah, they should have enough stacking. They're fairly far back from the road, just as long as that construction traffic is what's kind of the big deal.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you go back to your comments about the requirement for traffic calming elements in approving a project like this? I think you said that they're counting the traffic circle on J.W. Powell as part of their calming requirements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain a little more how they can claim a traffic circle on a public road as their contribution to traffic calming? Wouldn't logic, it seems to me, would require that the traffic calming elements would be within the subdivision?
Yes. So typically, most roads are dedicated to the public. In this case, the interior roads are being kept as private street tracts. But the dedication of John Wesley Powell is occurring with this subdivision. And as part of that, the applicant is working on the design of John Wesley Powell, and the planning director and city engineer reviewed the request to utilize the proposal for the traffic circle as meeting those criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mayor, if I may just jump in. Yes, this allows for the dedication of the entire John Wesley Powell, and so we specifically did design that traffic signal, or sorry, not doing a traffic signal, doing the traffic circle as a traffic calming along John Wesley Powell, as well as the entry. And I think, the other engineering modifications, the intent is, less asphalt, less concrete, and frankly, using the road as a bit of a sidewalk for traffic calming too. So the intention is is for traffic calming as well as the meandering roads.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation. So I'm really glad to see that the setback standards do not prohibit the development of ADUs. Do you see ADUs being utilized within this development, and how are you going to maybe encourage or not encourage the use of adding them into the development?
Vice Mayor, if I may, I think we're going to encourage the development. A lot of these homes will be custom homes, and so they'll have the ability to design them. I think allowing setbacks and lots that allow for them is the greatest ability that we have. So we'll do what we can. We'll continue to educate and work with our prospective homeowners and encourage ADUs.
Thank you. I like to hear that. I'm a proponent of ADUs, and as long as you're encouraging that and giving them the information, I would appreciate it. And I do have one more question, and maybe I'm jumping the gun on this for this discussion, but I'm wondering if you can talk about infrastructure that will be proposed or, to support multimodal transportation in this area.
Yeah, I'll start with it, and then Todd's in the audience there, so if he wants to jump in. But I think, part of not having a sidewalk, I mean, we do intend for Pine Canyon to be multimodal. And then as you saw a couple weeks ago when we came forward with the balance of the STL 340, as we like to call it, on the other side of this traffic signal, we've got the integration of the Foots Trail. We hope that there is a lot of bike connectivity, walking connectivity to commercial nodes right on the balance of STL 340, so that there are coffee shops, dining opportunities, parks, and all of those things, so that people don't have to go as far, have the opportunity to ride their bike or walk through the variety of trails, and again, having that neighborhood commercial opportunity close to this site.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Ben, thank you for the presentation, and Lindsay and Todd for being here. Really appreciate it. Just out of curiosity, kind of going back to the resource protection overlay, is this project part of the pilot program or the existing standard?
The existing standard.
And the reason why I thought that, my husband and I walk our dogs off JW Powell going south, and about a half a mile in, the Forest Service, the forest land, removed, just by my eyeball calculations, over 50% of the trees. It's been really devastating for us to see. But I just found it interesting, the difference between, the Forest Service just one day coming and mowing down over half of the forest back there, just changing our whole experience to what we do on the inside. So I just wanted to put oxygen to that and just talk about the difference. But I also wanted to make a comment. I think it was talked about a little bit last time when you talked about the whole development. My grandkids, when they come up, we have little golf bags for them. Some people don't look at golf courses as open recreation for all of us outdoor people, but it's a really great day to spend outside, off their phones and off their videos. And I think that we can't lose sight of the fact that everybody has different focuses on what is an outdoor activity and what they love about Flagstaff, and especially my grandkids, who that's the first thing they want to do is go golfing. And so I understand that the executive course is just 9-hole. That's why they call it executive, right? Very small. So I just wanted to make that comment that it's not, some of us like to go hiking, biking, boating. We also like to go golfing, and I want to give that the same amount of attention. So that's all I have.
All right, any additional questions? I don't see any. I will entertain a motion. And Sterling, do these need to be two separate, so it's the PRD standards and then the request for modifications to the engineering standards?
Yes, Mayor, that would be best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if I can get a motion on the first.
Mayor, I will move to approve the use of PRD standards subject to the conditions as noted.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and a motion for the engineering standards?
Mayor, I will move to approve the request for modifications to engineering standards numbers 1 through 4, subject to the proposed condition.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Sorry, Mayor, I saw Sterling put a C in. I don't know if that was for the motion.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
didn't see that.
Councilmember House, no worries. I should have mentioned also a separate third motion after this one. No, nothing for this one, but to deny the request for modification. That would be a separate one after this. Thanks.
Thank you. Where were we? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, and on engineering standards number 5?
Mayor, I'll move to deny the request for modification to engineering standard number 5 as written.
So, and just for clarification, when the staff report was written, I'd written a recommendation in a particular way. I've now provided an alternative recommendation on the screen there.
Sorry,
Is it legible? I don't know. Sorry.
it's probably legible, but I have terrible glasses. So I recommend so Sterling, how would I phrase that to accept that proposed change?
Yeah, please, because I'm confused on it too. Thank you.
Councilmember House, if I may, I think the motion would be to approve the request for modification to engineering standards number 5 with the following, with the conditions identified in the staff recommended action or in the presentation.
Thank you, Stacy. So I would move to approve the request for modification to engineering standard number 5 with the conditions of approval as presented in the presentation.
I'll second.
Any discussion? I actually have a question. Will you state again why this part of your presentation wasn't included in the in our packet?
Yeah, so I have to put the packet materials together about a month before the meeting. Further discussion was held since I had routed that, the application materials, which resulted in changes to the presentation for this hearing, or this meeting today.
And Stacy, I have a question. So in the future, could we get a read out and have the correct? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I appreciate it because that, the confusion that I had was as a result of the same thing. That said, that read out typically is something that comes through. We'll make sure that we check for that as it comes through our office as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, yes.
I apologize, Mayor. I'm just wanting to clarify, because it sounds like, if I'm reading this correctly, is this current motion essentially the same as the first motion that was made to approve with the conditions included, or is this separate? I think that was why I was confused about.
Yeah, this is separate. Yeah.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. Moving down to 11, we have a
Thanks,
public.
all.
We have public hearing items, and I'm opening the public hearing. And we have consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-54 and 55, and ordinance 2025-21.
Mayor, we would just need to open the public hearing before we start.
I did.
Oh, thank you. Just making sure.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and community members. We appreciate you being here this evening. My name is Gail Brockman. I am your parking manager with the City of Flagstaff. We have 3 items requiring action on our agenda this evening. 2 resolutions, a first read of an ordinance. If the reads are approved, it will codify our current permit rates within the city code, as well as introduce a proposed increase in the hourly parking rate. Before we get into that, I want to do a little bit of history and a program update, if you'd like. The City of Flagstaff's paid parking program was implemented in 2017 after 3 long years of research and development. Since that time, our parking rate has remained the same at just $1 an hour. We operate by a pay-by-plate system, which means that when you pay to park, you can pay at any kiosk in the district at the beginning of your session, and then at any kiosk in the district anytime during your session to extend your parking. Once that payment has been made, you can also move your vehicle to any other paid parking space within the district. This one zone pay-by-plate model is very unique to the City of Flagstaff. It gives customers more flexibility, options, and payment conveniences. Since 2017, we've continued to grow and refine our program. We've added more than 150 paid parking spaces to the north side, the first time in over 25 years, as well as created 14 residential zones through our petition process on both the north and the south side. We've expanded both our staffing and our technology tools, including the purchase of a license plate reader and updated enforcement and back office software, which specifically was made for our end user for purchasing permits. In 2019, we were here before council to make adjustments to our paid parking hours. It was to better meet the community and business needs downtown. We also significantly reduced the cost of a parking permit from $45 to $10 a month. Since then, we have seen, like everyone else, I think, increase in operational costs. We've seen increase in wages. We've seen increase in our contracts for our vendors, including our software, our kiosk software, management software, which is roughly 5% year over year. We've also seen an increase in replacement parts and maintenance. What we haven't seen, though, unfortunately, is an increase in parking revenues. It seems that our parking duration, people are still parking 2 hours per session, and we are not seeing the year-over-year revenue gains and growth that we were seeing at the beginning of the implementation of the program. And just like all other city programs, we weathered our share of challenges. During COVID, we suspended the paid parking revenues for an entire year. And although we did work with vendors on asking for discounted rates for our vendor contracts, most of our operating costs remained. Since then, though, we have expanded our services to include enforcement out at the airport that is fully funded by the airport. We have implemented the use of a LPR system, which helps us manage time-limited parking and permit zone parking, especially when we're low-staffed. We have reviewed and made adjustments to our permit zones, as well as our hours. Most importantly, though, we've remained ambassadors. We've remained ambassadors. We continue to use an ambassador-style approach. It's very important to all of us here with the City of Flagstaff. We focus on education and behavior change through warnings and outreach before we issue citations. As required, 20% of our revenues are restricted into what we call the lockbox. This is since day one until now. And these funds are specifically for use of adding future parking to our inventory. Currently, we have we're almost there, $2 million in that account, and we are in negotiations to spend a portion of those funds on 2 different potential downtown projects. After that 20% is allocated, approximately 9%, it does vary with the year, of our revenues cover our credit card fees. So essentially 70 cents on the dollar is what Park Flag is left with to cover all other operating costs. We do anticipate a major update to our kiosks. If you use a kiosk, you're familiar with what I'm talking about. Banks are phasing out of credit cards that have the stripe on the back, and they're moving towards chip, and they're moving to touch. So we are looking at spending close to $30,000 is what the estimate is to replace all of the card readers in our kiosks downtown to be contactless tap-style type payment readers to keep up with the industry standards and the customer expectations. So now that I've discussed a little bit about the background and the updates with Park Flag, let's get into the proposal. We are proposing a rate increase from $1 to $2 an hour for on-street parking spaces. And in future covered parking structures, we're proposing a rate of $3 per hour. We are not proposing an increase in permit fees. Employee permits will remain the same, as well as the other permits we offer for residents in existing residential zones and Amtrak and daily parking type permits. We do not plan to extend our paid parking hours or our enforcement hours, as the current schedule seems to effectively be meeting the needs for parking management downtown. This proposed rate will also help us, well, it's going to help us sustain the program, support our growth, and accelerate at the monies that we can save in the lockbox at a faster rate. Additionally, it could possibly provide, we'd like for it to provide, resources for enhanced right-of-way services within the parking district. Oh, I'm going to go back one. So in this slide, the first bullet point, I talked about no permit fee increases, but we are considering permit expansions. So this slide was not in your packet, but I wanted to touch on it a little bit more. So this next slide talks about our permit expansions. So if council has no concerns, we'd like to move forward with 2 different permit types added to our already existing employee permit, north and south types. The first being a vendor permit. It'd be available to vendors who regularly conduct business downtown and need regular parking, as well as a construction permit, which would be offered to construction employees that are working on long-term projects downtown within the district. Both of these permits would be priced the same as an employee parking permit, and they would be in the same employee parking zones. These 2 options are intended to help support ongoing growth downtown, as well as local service providers, while maintaining a fair parking system. We're also we're looking at adding additional employee zones. So we're looking at which blocks? Benton Avenue and Cottage Avenue. We're looking at adding employee exempt blocks in the 2-hour zones down there on the south side. This has been adjusted by several south side businesses who employees have to walk usually long distances, possibly in the dark, to reach their vehicles. So we'd like to make this option available as well. So enhanced services, what would those look like? Sidewalk cleaning. I think this is a big one. It maintains a safe and welcoming environment as people make it the simplest steps, getting out of their vehicle and walking to a kiosk, and then where they need to go. Our sidewalks need to be clean. We'd like to be able to provide improved snow, ice, and cinder removal in the alleyways. Business owners, many of you may know alleys, they get kind of sketchy in the winter. So we'd like to improve make those safer for everyone, from drivers, pedestrians, cyclists. And additionally, it could fund graffiti removal from kiosks, municipal signage. Okay, so this next section is going to go over our parking rate study, and that's going to be Rick Tatter presenting for you.
Thank you, Gail. I'm Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Management Services, along with our budget section and the Economic Vitality, Community Investment, Park Flagstaff, as well as our legal staff, work to develop an in-house analysis related to the proposed parking rates and permit changes. That was posted on our website and available for the public more than 30 days prior to this meeting. I'm going to go over the financial aspects briefly today to kind of walk through some of the numbers that you'll see in that report and what we're proposing. First, just as we went into this process, we had some key areas that we wanted to discuss and make sure were built into this proposed analysis. We wanted to address the concern of revenue growth versus our operating cost growth. We saw that the revenue projections were not meeting what the ongoing growth in expenditures has been. So we had a gap that was growing, and we have needed that since this current fiscal year. We wanted to provide funding for enhanced maintenance in our downtown area, which Gail just talked about. Expanding our permits types within the districts, the construction vendor permits. We wanted to build in revenue impacts related to changes we'll see over the next 10 years related to changes in parking capacity. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but we know we may be losing capacity and we'll be gaining capacity over the next 10 years. We want to make sure our revenues are meeting those expectations. Look at increases to the lockbox. Increasing the rates will improve our lockbox performance and allow us for future structures and partnerships to improve our inventory for parking through debt and cash financing. And of course, maintaining adequate fund balance is really critical for our Park Flag Fund. As we go through these slides, one thing you will notice that the FY 25-26 is just a partial year related to these changes. We are proposing a March 1st change for our parking rates and a December 1st for our permit changes. The following, we also show the next 5 years of performance of our financial analysis on the screen. So on this slide, we'll talk about and provide a snapshot of revenue impacts related to what we're proposing. The first two lines recognize the current revenue structures that we have for Park Flag. We recognize here that the revenue growth is very slow and moderate for our downtown district. Reason is we don't have a lot of growth in parking capacity to add revenues over time. So we're about a 1% growth that we see in revenues, what we've been projecting for the last couple of years. We go to the third line, that represents the increase that we calculated based on the 2-hour on-street and parking lots and the $3 covered parking rates. We did take in considerations in this rate change, changes in parking behaviors. We understand that as you increase rates, you may see parking behavior changes, such as people looking for an alternative mode of transportation, getting downtown, bikes, buses, and those types of things. We may see people move to that opportunity, as well as looking for free parking areas around the district. And we'll look to let people know where the free areas that they can get close to our downtown area and park for free. So we know that impacts our revenues over time. So we built in those kind of projections here. The next line talks about our permit revenue increase, very moderate increases here. With the $10 rate and adding the two types of permits, we expect maybe another 10 permits per month that will issue for our vendors and construction partners downtown as they're working. We'll get more information on this over time. What do we actually see in growth? But that was our first projection we worked with our Park Flag team. The next line was a challenging line for us to work on and try to plan over the next 10 years, is our changes in revenues related to changes in parking capacity, changes in spaces available. We recognize that there are a few moving items over the next 10 years that will impact our revenues for the Park Flag Fund. Some of these things are related to the downtown mile, the building of the stormwater infrastructure, as well as the railroad changes. We'll see changes for that parking capacity, as well as redevelopment of the old courthouse property with partners. But then going forward, we'll also see us looking for partnerships in our downtown area to add growth and add capacity through partnerships or purchasing lots somewhere in the downtown area to add capacity from our new lockbox revenues and so forth. So there you can see some trend lines related to those changes in parking space availability. Next, we'll talk about the uses of funds. On this slide, when we talk about uses of funds, these are the expected expenditures of the Park Flag Fund, is another term that we use. The first line is that current operational expense projections that we talk about, currently projected in our 5-year plans for Park Flag. If you look at this growth definitely excels faster than our revenue growth. And if you look at this and take out the 10% from the revenue side, you'll see that the projection of those numbers, they do not trend the same. And we will see gaps in our funding availability for our operating expenses. And this is one of the main reasons we want to bring this rate consideration forward for council to structurally balance our park flag fund. The next line is the increases that, should we approve the rate increases for our park flag district, is we have some known expenses we will need to add and project in our expenditure side. These are things like the 9% credit card fee. We know that as you add a rate, you have more credit card fees that you'll have to pay. There are some really important technology updates we look to take advantage of as well. You know, we talked about the credit card, tap to pay, and those kind of things. We'd like to have some funding for technology improvements. As we grow lots, we need to maintain those lots. So we got to make sure we got the maintenance fund to continue to make sure our lots are in the proper level of service as we take ownership of those either leased or purchased lots. And another item within here we have is, you know, as you partner with companies to build on their site, there's usually a lease payment. We have to pay for leasing spots. So we'll lease spots and make those available for the public through the Park Flag Fund as an opportunity for growing our parking inventory. So that's part of that growth that we see there in the additional operating expenses. The next line is our parking district enhancements that were talked about. Several things that we want to bring forward for council through our fee increase. This is where we start talking about color of money, and this is a portion that would be park flag eligible enhancements within the downtown district. We understand that park flag revenues can only go to the right of way and the areas that fall within that park flag revenues. We would have to, with the color of money, look at other funding sources to improve the full enhancements, which city staff is working on currently to identify those. We put the initial numbers as well as some growth funding into that enhancement program and fund it here. Next line is our debt service. Currently, we have debt service on the kiosk that we purchased several years ago, back when the program started. We're going to be paying off that debt next fiscal year. And then future debt is related to being able to finance some purchases and partnerships for parking capacity improvements. So that's what the debt service in the out years represents. Capital expenses, that general little operating capital capital expense that they have, as well as a demonstration that we'll be able to do some large investments in our parking inventory. In the 5-year plan here, you could see that we look to invest about $8.3 million in parking expansions. This could be in a means of us purchasing lots somewhere in the district. It could be a partnership where we help build that structure and lease them back. It could be a cash or debt financing opportunity. So with this revenue increase, we have this capacity to do these big projects. As you can see, as we come down to fund balances, the fund balance looks very healthy on this screen. Carrying over $1 million fund balance most years. But let's talk about what creates that fund balance. There's two components that we watch and develop through our fund balance policies and our 10-year, 5-year planning. Most notable is that lockbox. We do the 20% reserve of every dollar each year of our park flag revenues, and we put that in a restricted fund, restricted use. We've been doing that since 2017, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. So that's where the majority of fund balance that you saw on the previous page. The next line, the unrestricted fund balance, is what we have a policy of having in our 5-year plans, similar to what we do for other plans such as general fund and others. We set a 10% minimum recommendation of unrestricted fund balance. And here you can see on that last line that we are right in line with what our minimum requirement for fund balance is, with really the touch point in 2029, 2030, we're at $1,300. So we're really close to what our expectation for unrestricted fund balances. Of course, we've done some expectations and unknowns. We tried to build in rates and such. So there will be future impacts of revenues if the parking capacity changes, if we have recessionary periods, and so forth. So over time, we will see how this adapts and change. So let's talk about the lockbox. The city's commitment, Park Flag's commitment to reserve the 20% of parking revenues annually. As we mentioned, since 2017, we've been setting aside this 20%. Currently, we're about $2 million set aside. While that's a good number, it doesn't go a long way. And with the new proposed rates, it really does provide a positive impact toward adding inventory to our downtown district. With a better lockbox balances and revenue growth, it opens up opportunities that we can debt finance or cash flow some of the parking opportunities we have to add capacity. For example, you'll see in fiscal year 26-27 is where we're looking to use about $3.3 million in investments for new capacity, but this is going to be an option. We're going to use some cash, about $1.8 million in cash, as well as in debt financing the remaining portion to assure we can deliver those projects. And that debt finance is paid over many future years, $160,000 here in our plan, which then future parking payers in our downtown area help pay back that through the payments that they make at the kiosks. So that's the advantage of having the rates, and that's how we're managing the lockbox expectations. So with those were the financial slides that we have, but I just want to show that, through this conversation, working with a great team that we have addressed many things with this rate that were critical and that we needed to come back to council for. The fiscal health of the Park Flag Fund, we saw that it wasn't meeting revenues to expenditures. So this expectation, they would be healthy and meet the right balances. Funding for enhanced services, improving, adding value to our downtown, enhancing the services within the district. The technology needs, being able to invest in the future of technology, improving our program and our operations is really key, and we've addressed a lot of that. The parking capacity, we've been talking about how do we get more parking capacity for years, and we see now there's availability to actually advance and add some capacity for partnerships and debt financing due to the rates. And of course, we recognize this is all dependent on the timing of those future parkings. We're doing our best projection over 10 years, but as things ebb and flow and we get these developments in place, it'll ebb and flow a bit, but we'll be able to adjust and work within those with this plan that we put together. So those are the financial slides, and I will kick it back to Gail for some more conversation.
Thank you, Rick. I did want to take a second to say this really was a team effort working with finance and community investment and legal. It was a long process, a needed process to conduct this rate study. And in that process, we did post it publicly. We advertised let me switch the sides. There we go. I know he did that already. Okay, we did advertise that we were having two public meetings. We held two public meetings, one in Heritage Square as well as one at City Hall. And we posted some of the updates and information on our social media platform through the City of Flagstaff. We received a lot of community feedback, quite a few comments at those meetings as well as through emails. We continue to receive comments through emails, and we appreciate it. So we encourage the community keep sending them to us. Some of the comments that we received were actually to limit free parking, to go ahead with the rate increase and encourage other mobility options. Multi-mobility should be encouraged all over town. I think we can do that. we heard that we needed to improve our signage both on-street and on the kiosks, and as well as update our parking map. And we do have an amazing staff member right now that has just recently updated our entire Park Flag website and is working on designing the map, and we're gonna use his talents as well to maybe work on some new signage. The community also brought up the idea of possible residential discounts. So if you live within the city of Flagstaff, maybe we could offer a discounted rate for parking downtown. We were asked, when are we going to build a parking garage? I love that question. Hopefully we can partner with someone, and we'll be seeing something soon. It was also pointed out on multiple occasions that there's a lot of confusion between who manages the city lots and other lots that are downtown that are managed privately but open to the public. So we're addressing those concerns as well, and how we can better work with our partners downtown who manage private parking lots. And taking all of these public comments into consideration, and as we move forward, we are discussing all of these comments as a part of our upcoming curbside management study. So we've just selected a consulting team to help us develop a curbside management plan. We love bringing in experts on all things parking. We are working to update our existing map. We're looking to expand our mobile payment options, whether that be pay by phone or an additional parking app. We want to be able to offer flexibility to our customers. We are also continuing to upgrade our kiosks. We are looking at not only card reader updates, those are needed. We've talked with our vendor about touchscreen updates and just making the kiosk overall easier for the customer to use. We've also looked at we're going to look at a possible rate structure that could include 30 minutes instead of an hour for the previous cost of $1 an hour, or $1 for 30 minutes, and then $2 an hour after that. So we're going to look into that and how it would affect our revenues. And as mentioned earlier, we are looking to add 2 new permit types downtown. So next steps. I know there's a lot on the agenda for tonight. Tonight is the first read of the ordinance as well as both the resolutions. And if we move forward after that on October 21st, we'll have the second read and possible adoption of the ordinance and resolutions. This part of the slide has been updated because I do not believe we're moving forward with October 21st Enhanced Services IGA approval. And legal would be able to answer questions on that during the question time. December 1st, if everything is approved, well, December 1st is when we'd like to make our new permits available downtown for our vendors and our construction employees. And then on March 1st is what we're looking at when the new parking rates would go into effect. So with that, does council have any questions about the permits that we would like to add, or do you have any questions about the proposed parking rate increases? Myself, Rick, David McIntyre, and Anya Wendell here from legal to answer your questions.
Thank you. And before I take questions from council, city manager had something.
A couple of quick comments. Thank you, Mayor. First off, thanks to the staff for this presentation. There's a lot of information here to unpack. I just want to impress upon council, and I think you know this because you've been getting a bit of the play-by-play on this, these pursuits for some time. That's my first comment, is this discussion tonight is the culmination of years, I think years, I was going to say months, but really years of work at the staff level in conjunction with our downtown business community, talking about many things. And it just has all kind of come together quite nicely. But I guess I want to impress upon council the collaboration that underlies all of this proposal. You may know I sit on the DBA board and have been attending those meetings for years, and I will share with you the discussions at those meetings, and it's a monthly meeting, frequently, regularly, consistently focus on 2 topics: parking and enhanced services downtown. The parking rate increase that is kind of the core of this discussion is really coming about, I think, because of the desire to see enhanced services downtown. I know Gail and others have mentioned that there's some potential benefit, and Rick talked about this as well, in terms of needed revenues to keep the program going internally. But the lockbox revenues will continue to grow, and the bulk of the revenues coming from this increase will funnel right back into the downtown community through enhanced services. I don't want to speak for others who may be addressing this, but Gail just mentioned that the IGA is the only thing on that timeline that's not on, that is, the schedule's going to get pushed back a bit. I just want to emphasize that this is a very recent discussion. We are on track for all of these things to happen. We just need a little bit more time with the IGA. Kevin Finsel, Shannon Anderson could speak more eloquently to that. I just wanted to mention that. So nothing is off track here. We're moving forward. Last comment, and the speakers have touched on this, the revenues from the lockbox now going into 2 pending projects. Dave McIntyre referenced this, pending parking projects. That's really exciting. It's a bit serendipitous that this coincides with discussions about enhanced services downtown, because really what we're talking about is enhanced parking infrastructure, enhanced services downtown, all coming together at the same time, which again has been the focus of our downtown business community. So some things are coming together here rather nicely. It's very nuanced. There's a lot to it. I encourage you to ask questions and hear from others on this. But again, big props to the staff for putting together this excellent presentation. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'm going to take questions from council, and then I'm going to take public comment, and we can deliberate after I close the public hearing. So first up, we have Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Gail and Rick, and for your comments, City Manager. Just a couple questions for you. So I believe it was mentioned in the past, but can you confirm what research was done for comparable paid parking rates in like cities and where our rates are falling in terms of those comps?
Yes, so we do in our rate study, I believe there is a spreadsheet of all the different cities that we looked at, as well as some of the different parking lots we looked at NAU. I know that specifically we looked at university-like towns. Thank you. I appreciate it. We looked at Durango as a municipality. And they charge $1.50 an hour, but I know that with Durango, once you move and you repark, you have to repay to park. We looked at private lots in Durango were around $2 an hour, Albuquerque municipality, $2 an hour. NAU, I know it's $4 an hour. The American Ballet lots downtown, or now PMC lots and LAS parking lots, are anywhere between $3 and $4 an hour. Tempe is anywhere between $1.50 to $2 an hour. Again, if you have to repark, you have to repay, and they have time limits in those areas as well. I think you're limited to 2 or 3 hours of parking. I know just recently I had added a couple of other small towns, and I apologize. San Luis Obispo is a small town, a beach town that has a lot of visitors. They're over $2 an hour. I know, so it is very common between $1.50 and $3 an hour in a lot of the different municipalities that we looked at, as well as locally here. So thank you for the question, Council House.
Absolutely. Thank you for the information, and you can feel free to tell me if this next question is completely irrelevant to this. I'm not sure that I see, even in my own mind, like the correlation, but I'm just wondering if the discussions that we've had regarding charging for vehicle charging and possible expansion of that program figures into this consideration at all, or are those completely separate conversations?
Thank you, Councilmember House. We did incorporate those discussions while we were conducting the parking rate study. And we do offer, I know the downtown, it's very limited, but we do have vehicle charging in areas downtown. I don't know how it would work to honestly have vehicle charging stations on street. I know they're, you see them more in lots, if that makes sense. So we have them at the Visitor Center. We have them here at City Hall, county facility buildings as well. Thank you.
help you in that
Thank you, because we did look into it. We didn't know what the rate was gonna look like as far as, do we charge for both? Do we separate it? Is it free parking? Those were things we needed to take into consideration.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. We've been working with sustainability on that, and we have really liked to have the idea of having those charging stations at the Visitor Center. It actually takes up less space, and it offers them ability to park and then come into the Visitor Center and actually get information on their stay, and actually gives us the opportunity to encourage them to extend their stay. Doesn't mean that this won't be an opportunity in the future, but right now, that's really where we have them. We also, with the parking program, have them at the airport, and we did that by design as well, so that not only visitors could charge while they were maybe dropping off a loved one or doing what have you, also so that the rental car vendors could use them and things like that. We actually, in the new lot at the airport, have an ability to add some more charging stations for the future. But right now for downtown, I think that we have really actually hoped that they would be utilizing the visitor center. But again, a constant discussion with sustainability.
Great, thank you very much. And last question is just, I was really interested when you were talking about the proposal for maybe the first half hour being $1 and then $2 for the full hour. I think that's a great idea. I'm just wondering in terms of implementation of that, like I'm sure you're already considering like what would keep someone from just paying for half an hour and then just continuously adding another half hour? Or would it be like if you extend your time, you're automatically paying the higher rate?
Yes, that's a good question, thank you. The way our current system works, if you pay for a session and you want to extend your session, it recognizes it during the session and then for a small amount of time after the session. I believe it's like 8 minutes after your session expires. So it will know 30 minutes, and then if you're staying another hour, it would be $2 an hour after that. Now, it could happen that if somebody pays for 30 minutes, and it's happened to me before, I know it happens to a lot of people, you get sidetracked. You run into someone you know at the coffee shop and you're talking, and it's been 30 minutes plus 20 minutes, and you think, oh my goodness, and you run back out the kiosk and pay again. Most likely, you could pay for that 30-minute session again instead of an hour, just based on the technology that we currently have. That is something we could work with our vendor on recognizing. This is what we're going to do. Implementation doesn't take much time. A software update usually takes a month or so, and then it takes my amazing staff maybe 2 weeks to update all of the kiosks because it has to be done at each kiosk. So I think it's definitely doable. And keeping it at the dollar rate, because I know that in the past we had looked at less than that, I think would be better for our performa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you explain, just take a few minutes to explain how the vendor permit works?
Definitely. So we do have quite a few, and it's been asked of me. I know that David has received emails. For example, let's just put out maybe Budweiser. They need to go to all of the different bars and restaurants in the area and just place orders. So they're in a car, they're not in a delivery vehicle, they're in something that will fit in a parking space, and they need to come down and they need to talk to 5 or 6 different restaurants and retail merchants. So they would be able to park in the employee zone with their permit at $10 a month, and then they could make their way around downtown and do all of their orders, deal with invoices, things of that nature.
So they'd park in the employee zone areas?
Yes, yes they would.
So if I remember right, when the old courthouse was torn down, part of the commitment was 200 parking spaces. And I know there's been discussions, well, we don't want that anymore. But it was a commitment that we made to our community. Hey. And, you know, that's just something that's really important that we honor those commitments. You know, there's a certain level of mistrust out there in our community because there's been times in the past that we don't deliver on what we say we're going to deliver when we've taxed or done something. So can we, you know, Rick or you had mentioned when lots come available, maybe building them or, you know, buying them. And I'm thinking, well, what wouldn't we do housing on that? So can you just, you or Dave just speak on how we're going to deliver those 200 spaces and when lots come available, how we determine if they're for parking or for maybe a future housing?
Sure. Yeah, I'll let David step in. I'll make my phone call.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember. My name is David McIntyre, Community Investment Director. And so there's a number of ways that we can help to create parking in the downtown, and we are seeking to create that 200 spaces. Actually, the lockbox ordinance specifically states that it's going to be in place until we've achieved 450 spaces. But our target short/medium term is really the 200. That's been a topic of conversation for a long time. In fact, as mentioned earlier, at the moment there's been about 150 surface lot spots created, but we're not counting those as that success because they're not necessarily permanent. One of them is on the Foundation for Senior Living parcel. That lot is one that if the Foundation for Senior Living, which is just north of the courthouse for orientation, if that parcel disappears or goes away or is sold differently than the project currently intended, we could lose those. So that's not part of the count. But if all the projects that we're currently in negotiations for go forward, so we would potentially have spaces up in that north of the courthouse area. We would have spaces in a partnership with a hotel that's in design review in the downtown area, and then there is a potential surface lot that could be built into a parking garage as part of the Downtown Connection Center. If all those projects go forward as intended, we will be over 200 spaces and close to 200 in the north. So we do take that commitment very seriously. One of the challenges has been that it is difficult to purchase lots downtown. And as we've talked about before in our presentations to council, the intention was never to buy up a large chunk of the downtown and turn it into a parking garage. We don't necessarily think that's the right use for some of the most prime real estate, most active real estate in the community. So what we've been seeking to do is partner with development. And in one example, with the Foundation for Senior Living project would be affordable housing wrapped around a parking garage that serves that housing, but also has a portion that serves the public through Park Flag programming. If that project does not continue and we end up working with them separately, we can potentially do a surface lot while we work to determine what other uses would fit with Park Flag on that lot. So, of course, affordable housing is always going to be a part of a conversation around land that we acquire, and the way to provide parking and best provide for other services of the city will be part of that discussion too. So, I guess to summarize what ended up a fairly long answer, and hopefully not too rambly, our intention is generally to partner where possible so that we can be a part of development that occurs. That actually does extend our timelines at times because we are working to tie into an existing development rather than purchasing land and building on our own timeline. But we think it's the most cost-effective and probably the most beneficial to the downtown itself and for the vibrancy of the downtown. But we are seeking to achieve that 200 spaces, and we actually have what we think is a good strategy in the plan for it.
Thank you, Dave. I like that answer, and I just wanted it spoke out loud here at the dais, so I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I am happy that we're having this conversation tonight. It's been a long time coming, so thank you for all of the help and staff time and guidance on this. I have a couple of questions. I've had a business in downtown for 25 years, so I've, because of my role in downtown, I've had several businesses approach me. And one of the questions they're asking is what mechanisms are in place to ensure that the enhanced services funded by this increase are actually delivered? And how are we going to make sure that that's visible to the small business community, to our locals, and to the tourists visiting downtown? How are we going to ensure that what we're saying we're doing?
So any agreement that was going to be determined, if there's a third party who's going to be delivering these enhanced services in the downtown, then that third party would be put under contract, and that would come to council, either through any number of the different types of arrangements. It could be an IGA, it could be a contract, it could be an agreement. But something on that scale of the enhanced services would come to council for, with a specific scope of services. And that scope of services, like any agreement that the city has with potential vendors, is what could be used to hold them accountable as the process unfolds. So enhanced municipal services can be delivered in a number of ways. I think the intention at this time is potentially to work with community partners in the downtown to do it through a third party. And in that case, there would be some sort of a contract or agreement that would come to council with a defined scope of services, and it would be the city's job to make sure that those services were being accomplished properly, as we do with every contract that we have. I hope that answers the question.
It does, thank you. Sure. Another question I have, so we have an ongoing, or not an ongoing, we have a parking report, and I've read it. It's very detailed, but it's not a yearly report. And I've had people mention that without having those numbers and that information yearly, so that we can say, look, this is, we are making progress, this is where the money's going, and we can say that on a year-to-year basis. Is it possible to get that report to be yearly?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweet. Yes, I take full responsibility for the lack of this last year's report. We fully intend to make this an annual report, and actually we're working on a simpler report, something that is easier for everyone to understand, and then offer it twice a year, because I think the year-end numbers are just a lot to look at. So yes, we are currently working on it. We're hoping to have something drafted by the end of next week to include all our financials and all the fun facts that we like to put in about the parking program, the why of the parking program. So yes, and apologies for that. We do intend on making it, if not annual, a semi-annual report.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. I know it's a lot of work, but I think it helps us answer questions as to why this parking increase, the rate, is beneficial, and what we're doing with the money. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And I do have one last question / comment. For the vendor parking, I know it's in the presentation. I think there's still a lot of questions and concerns surrounding that. So can we make sure that we are having that continued conversation and address maybe what the concerns are even after tonight if this does move forward?
Yes, I would like to continue to meet about what the qualifications are going to be for that. You know, how do we decide who is a vendor and who is not a vendor? So we need to work on that, and we'd love to come back with our ideas and ask for input on how that will unfold.
Great, thank you. I do have comments, but I'll save them until after.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, staff, for such an informative presentation and such great explanations on so many questions that are out there in the community up till now. You've really kind of, probably without looking into my emails, saw many concerns that were given to me by the public and given to us as a council by the public. So some of the things that I'll be mentioning up here will have some redundancies just to highlight and really put a exclamation point on some of the terms. One of those is lockbox. One of the biggest concerns, and we've heard it from other council members tonight, is where's that money going? We've been paying $1 every time we go to get a coffee for years, and we still don't see any results. So we mentioned lockbox a lot during this conversation, and if you could just kind of define lockbox for a better understanding for the community, I would appreciate that, and I have about 2 more small questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Garcia. I'd love to define lockbox. Those are our restricted funds. By city ordinance requires that we set aside 20% of every dollar spent on parking, whether that's at the kiosk or it's through our permit portal. And that money is in an account that is restricted. We cannot touch it for anything other than adding to the parking inventory. You know, it seems like it's been a slow road. We have approximately $2 million. David and I were just talking about it. I think we might be right at $2 million in that lockbox. And it has not been touched up until this point. We are waiting for opportunities, partnerships, something to come along where we would be able to provide the appropriate parking for our downtown community.
Could I just add something?
Sure.
And if I could just add, you know, it's been interesting. So we did, as Gail mentioned, there was about a year where we eliminated revenue from the program, and that was during COVID. And I think it was a great decision that the council made to suspend the program. But obviously, that's 1 year that we did not receive any revenue at all, and so therefore the lockbox wasn't growing. And that's not to make an excuse, but it was a legitimate situation that reduced our revenue growth. And then another is that it turns out $2 million doesn't buy very many structured parking spaces. One of the things I wanted to add is that parking garages are in roughly $50,000 to $65,000 per space. And we're seeing those prices even when the land is a part of a different project. So while $2 million sounds like a significant amount of money, and 20% of our parking program does provide hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, you're hearing us talk about using partnerships, you're hearing us talk about all these different mechanisms, and still we would require debt financing, which Mr. Tatter is going to help us figure out how to do so that we can provide something without waiting for that lockbox to necessarily need to grow until we get to enough to build a parking garage. We're going to find ways to make this happen. But we do understand it seems slow. It just turns out that building parking in the downtown is incredibly expensive, and we're saving like crazy for it. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. It's just it sounds to me like a ode, or not an ode, but a kind of a nod to promises made. The lockbox represents promises kept. It's just a slow process because, you know, the rate of parking these days. So I had a question about the workforce parking or the employee parking. And do we have analytics on the usage of that? Or, so I guess to simplify the question is there spaces available for other employees to go ahead and take advantage of that? I ask because I'm concerned that with the cost of living and the price of minimum wage, it's got to be very difficult if you have to somehow park downtown to work and still maintain your job. So can you speak to if there's availability in the employee parking lots to your guys' knowledge, what that looks like, and also the cost of employee parking?
Okay. Those are both great questions. Thank you. We currently, the way the employee zones work, I think I'll start there. It's first come, first serve. We have added to our employee zones with the addition of the FSL lot, the lot that's located between Beaver and Humphreys off of Cherry. We've added 91 spaces there to the inventory specifically for pay to park as well as employee and facility parking permits. So we do have a set number that we are able to sell as far as our permits are based on how many spaces we have available. And then after that, it would either turn into a lottery type style of system or it'd be a first come, first serve. If you forget to renew your parking permit, the next person on the list would be able to purchase that permit at that time. We currently have 400, I believe, I thought I had the number with me, I apologize. It's roughly 400 permits sold for employee north parking only. And like I say, a lot of it is shift work. We sell a lot of employee permits to someone who may only work in the morning or in the evening around their student schedule. So it's working out. We do have plenty of spaces for employees to park. We have a lot of empty spaces actually on Cherry Avenue as well as that lot across from the new courthouse. On the south side, it's a little bit of a different story. We have sold just over 100, maybe 150 south side employee permits. And that's where we're looking to add spaces, like the zones on Benton and Cottage, because with the potential or the future loss of parking spaces due to the DCC, the Rio de Flag project, we're going to find other places for our employees to park on the south side, so we're working on that. But yes, it is first come, first serve. It can be pay to park, it can be employee permit, and it seems to be working with a lot of space left over for the last several years.
Excellent. So what it sounds like you're saying to me is that while we may not have as many parking spots on the south side, the only barrier is going to be a block or two walk for employees if they wanted to park downtown. There's plenty of spots on the north side.
Yes, yes.
That sounds fantastic. Now, this may seem like a really simple question, but it was one that kind of struck me because, well, I don't really want to say it, but what are the hours of service for public parking?
Sure. Pay to park is from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m., Sunday through Thursday. We have a little bit longer hours on Friday and Saturday. It's from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. Those are our pay to park hours.
All right, I really appreciate that. And I'm just kind of spitballing here, so I feel a little vulnerable to be bringing this up. And it's not, I don't even know if it's appropriate, to be honest with you. But when I think about those who suffer from disabilities and have to use the handicapped spaces, I realize that I have a couple of friends who just can't take the bus, who just can't ride a bike. So they have to set up to those, go to those spaces. And those friends are also just struggling to make it, So I was wondering if, while we're thinking through this, while staff is thinking through this, maybe like a maturation of this or a hybrid idea of this could be adding some discounts for the disabled, and maybe even make it a choice, because I know that a lot of differently abled people are very able and capable of paying and taking care of themselves. But for those that aren't, I would like to have some considerations as we think this through and as we move the program forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Councilmember Aslan, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Just going to weigh in here quickly, briefly, on a couple of things that I haven't heard voiced yet. Well, first of all, I do want to say that I'm supportive of the idea of a dollar for every half hour. I think that's a nice way to hit the sweet spot on all this. Another comment is that while we're talking about downtown services, I was getting a little panicky during a large part of this conversation, because we were hearing about park flag improvements. But in my mind, the reason at the budget retreat when we had this conversation about increasing parking rates, it was all about improving downtown services. And I just want to say also that it's not just services. I don't think that's the right umbrella term, because when I think of services, I'm thinking about trash pickup, litter control, some beautification efforts. I think of this as a little bit more inclusive of infrastructure improvements as well, aesthetics, beautifying the downtown Flagstaff, getting it all homogenized in terms of its theme, and just those improvements coming through too. So not just to focus on services, but the entire aesthetic of downtown over time is going to start to make sense and have a unified theme to it. We've talked about that a lot. I just didn't hear it tonight. And the last point I wanted to make, Greg, you and I go way back, and I know whenever we talk about a parking garage, I've made the case that that should be something that could be repurposed in the future, when maybe we don't need as much parking because there's a total paradigm shift in the way things are done. Maybe that will happen, maybe it won't. But the flexibility there is a value that's very important to me. I haven't heard you give lip service to that recently. I'm sure you haven't forgotten, but I just, it's been a while since I've mentioned it as well. So since we're talking about parking structures, want to make sure that stays front and center, the idea that if we don't need that much parking anymore, it could be converted into another type of use down the road. And also, we're talking about this 200 spots and parking garages. I don't want to get too pigeonholed in tunnel vision into thinking about traditional parking structures. This has been a part of the conversation as well. I'm not bringing up anything new. But getting all the parking that we need, but having it dispersed around town makes a lot more sense to me than a huge structure that forces everybody to go one place. And there's probably a lot of walking involved for most people and their purposes being downtown. Just wanted to say those things, and I'm looking forward to public comment on this as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, John Van Landingham.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm John Van Landingham. I'm the owner of the Old Town Shops and also a downtown resident. I want to thank the city manager and city staff for working on this. As Greg pointed out, we do spend a lot of time talking about parking downtown. Going back to 2016, when myself and many other downtown stakeholders advocated before the then city council for managed parking and the creation of Park Flag, it was in response to a simple issue, and that is that the demand of parking outstrips the supply downtown. That was true then, it's still true now. So Park Flag addressed the issue of managed parking, and it addressed creating a funding mechanism that we call the lockbox, I call the piggy bank, to build more parking in the future. Unfortunately, as we all understand, the prices of everything have gone up since that dollar rate was established in 2016. So years later, here we are. The dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. Concurrently to that, downtown has become ever more a destination for locals and visitors, with many dozens of events, all of which create a need for additional services. The proposed rate increase addresses both the inflation and the need for those additional services. So I asked you to support moving this item forward. I do want to bring up a few other things, though. Vice Mayor Sweet, I appreciate you mentioning reporting. We need to demand and expect an annual report from the Park Flag program and the Enterprise Fund. It's many millions of dollars that many people have been involved in for over a decade now. This aligns with the best practices in other cities that have similar parking districts. There's no need to reinvent the wheel here. There's plenty of examples out there of how to do it. We just need to commit to doing that on an annual basis, and that demonstrates transparency to the stakeholders, and bolsters up trust. Everyone in this community should be able to look at that report and see how much money's coming in and where all those expenses are going. Secondly, while increasing fees somewhere, I feel like we should recognize that we need to maybe give a little bit somewhere else. There's been some other ideas bandied about, the half an hour for $1 and so on and so forth, but I would offer up that the surface lot north of the new courthouse should either stay $1 an hour or be made free. If we're going to if we're going to increase, we need to have a gimme somewhere, I think. And then the third thing that I want to mention, and Councilmember Matthews, I appreciate you bringing up the bond language of 2016 and that promise to the voters of a new courthouse with 200 structured parking spots. We're here 10 years later, and while there's been conversation and efforts on it, we still haven't made progress towards those 200 structured parking spots. And at the risk of mentioning an uncomfortable point here, the bond language for 200 parking spots and the lockbox are separate items. So that lockbox shouldn't be paying for 200 parking spots. That was a commitment that the city made in the bond language. Apologize for bringing it up, but it needed to be said.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jean Christie.
Hi, really quickly, Mayor and council members, hardworking. I just had this conversation brought up some questions for me. And I was just wondering, you're talking about changing out the parking meters for a couple $1,000s just to make them according to industry standards. And my thought is, in my home, I don't upgrade things just because industry changes, and wouldn't it be better to not spend money on that as long as until they make credit cards without strips on them, just keep the strips and save some money on that. The other question I had is, did they say 400 parking spaces that can't be right. But for city employees and for our council members, I can tell by the way people are dressed that most everybody drove their cars here. And I think that it would be thoughtful to consider encouraging employees, staff, to take the buses or ride their bicycles, as the city is trying to encourage the rest of the city to do. You have to change dress codes and put up with women coming in all sweaty. But if you lead by example, I think people are going to be more inclined to join you in the project. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional comment? Okay, then I am going to close the public hearing. I am now closing the public hearing. Sterling. All right, so do we have any additional questions that we want to get answered, or I will look for a motion? Councilmember, oh, wait a minute, sorry. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment, and I was going to make a motion, but I see Councilmember Garcia has a comment, so I'll check that over to him. I just want to reinforce the request to have an annual report. I had no idea we didn't do that, and it's an enterprise fund. So, Rick, I'm going to put that burden on you, not just Gail, because definitely this is something that a lot of community members question, and we need to be very transparent on that. And then the other comment I wanted to make was, and I didn't speak about it earlier, was the enhanced services that will come with this parking increase. Yes, it will help with the beautification. It's been pointed out to us that when you really look at our benches and our trash cans and stuff, we're kind of hodgepodge in some areas. But it also is going to help us with trash pickup and snow removal, because we haven't been doing a good job in that in our downtown area, and that's kind of the hub of our tourism. So, I think that the staff's been working really hard to try to address that, and it hasn't really gone well. So I'm anxious to see those services enhanced so that our downtown is more desirable and clean and uniform, and I look forward to what that's going to look like in the future.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. In closing, I just wanted to put an idea out there, and I'm not sure if it's even feasible for us to collect this kind of data, but I think it would be important for us to understand how many locals are being parked as opposed to tourists, just as we move through our programming, for us to have a better understanding of that. And I also wanted to, while I had the time, highlight the amount of emails that we got from small business owners like Vice Mayor Sweet, who were very encouraged by the paid parking program, and who gave us quite a lot of analytics about year-over-year increases in people, both local and tourists, coming into their establishment since the paid for parking program started here in Flagstaff, and how much nicer it was for people to be able to find that spot when they needed it, to go in there, make their purchase, come out, and then free that spot up for the next person because of this paid program. And I'm really happy that all the small businesses reached out to us and let us know that they are the ones that reached out to us were in support of this. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you again to everyone that has worked on this. I know it's a lot of hours going into it. This makes sense to me. I feel like downtown has grown. We are a destination for sure. And I feel like there's a lot of benefits that this will give to our downtown, including cleaner streets, safer walkways, including alleyways that are connectivity routes within our downtown, maintaining restrooms, graffiti removal, general maintenance, and so much more. So I am in support of this, and I really do look forward to seeing the benefits of the enhanced services and seeing what that will do for our downtown. I think this is long overdue. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Matthews, did you want to make the motion?
I do, Mayor, thank you. Mayor, I'd like to move that we read resolution number 2025-54 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council repealing Resolution Number 2017-03 related to Park Flag District fees, repeal of conflicting resolutions, and establishing an effective date.
And who would like to make the next motion?
I move that we read resolution number 2025-55 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled 2025 Park Flag Code Amendments.
And one more motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read ordinance number 2025-21 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you so much.
Mayor.
City clerk still needs to read mayor.
Oh, you did get me.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title III Business Regulations to establish parking and permit fees for the Park Flag District, and Title IX Traffic to update provisions related to the comprehensive parking management program and duties of the office of the parking manager by adopting by reference that certain document entitled 2025 Park Flag Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right. So we are going to move on to our regular agenda, but first we're going to take a 15-minute break. Okay, so we're ready to get started. We're on to our regular agenda, 12A, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-48.
All right, good afternoon, evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jessica Vigorito, and I'm the Fire Administration Manager for the Fire Department. Today, I'm here to request consideration and adoption of Resolution 2025-48, which amends our existing IGA for joint hiring and promotional processes among regional fire agencies. The original joint hiring IGA was approved by council in November of 2019 and was entered into December of that year. It formalized collaboration between Flagstaff Fire Department, Summit Fire and Medical District, and Highlands Fire District. Since then, we have successfully hired over 80 regional firefighters through this process, with the Flagstaff Fire Department overseeing the Greater Flagstaff Region Academy at our training facility. This amendment formally adds Pinewood Fire District and the city's airport rescue firefighting services to this agreement. This amendment strengthens our regional collaboration, enhances efficiency in hiring and promotional processes. These processes are labor intensive, and by working together, we can standardize procedures, reduce duplication, and ensure we're hiring and promoting the best candidates. This amendment reflects our continued commitment to high performance governance, regional cooperation, and public safety. And I'm available to answer any questions if you have any, but that's all I have for you.
Council, do you have any questions? I will just say that I love that we do this. I think that this is wonderful for northern Arizona and for each of the cities or the fire districts in terms of, I'm sure that it saves money. And I love that our firefighters are all trained in the same methods. So, any questions, comments? All right, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment as recommended and authorize the city manager to execute the contract amendment.
Wait a minute, we're on 12A.
Mayor, I'd like to move to read resolution number 2025-48 by title only.
In a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Summit Fire and Medical District, the Pinewood Fire District, the Highlands Fire District, and the City of Flagstaff for joint hiring and promotional processes.
And a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I'll move to adopt resolution number 2025-48.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. Moving down to B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-52 and ordinance number 2025-20.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Dave Millis, Development Engineer. I'm joined here by Robert Thompson as the Project Manager in Development Engineering. We're going to present to you some proposed amendments to Title 13 of the code, which would allow for micro-trenching for the purposes of fiber optic infrastructure in the right-of-way. Robert's, he's a real rising star in the engineering division, and he's getting his first opportunity to present to you all tonight. So he'll kind of go over some of the highlights of what microtrenching is, how it affects our right-of-way, and then I'll come back up at the end just to talk a little bit about some of the impacts both to the community, to our infrastructure, and some of the staffing impacts associated.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council.
So a little background, microtrenching is an emerging construction technique that allows for rapid development of broadband internet access, fiber to home. It creates, uses, you can see on the picture here, a large saw to cut into the roadway, cuts a very narrow trench at relatively shallow depths compared to traditional construction techniques. It creates a joint in the roadway, so the preferred location for these trenches is right at the existing joint between asphalt and curb, as you can see in the other image there. There we go. So the standards that we're using are based on the City of Mesa standards. This is the drawing that you're seeing here. The trench, maximum trench width of 2.5 inches, trench depth of 12 inches at local roads and 16 inches in collectors. The detailed drawing shows our preferred primary location there against the curb and asphalt, and then also allows for a secondary location for instances if the primary location is already taken by an existing microtrench, or if there's conflict with utilities. This slide here shows the conduit that's being put into the ground, so that's the orange tubes that you're seeing there. In that first image at the top, you can also see a splice box where you can access where the companies can access their fiber lines. That's our preferred location for this splice box, is it keeps it out of the sidewalk to protect ADA requirements for our sidewalks. Once the trench is cut and the conduit goes in, then they'll come back and fill in that trench with a flowable slurry mixture, and then that gets cured and covered with a mastic that kind of looks like a crack seal. So it looks like a repaired road at that point. This is a map of the pilot project area. This was divided up into 10 separate permits. 3 of those permits work has been completed. Site restoration is completely done. 4 of those permits have ongoing work, and then 3 more are still in review, pending release for completion of some of the other permits. Here's just some images of the work in progress. So it doesn't always look great up front. There are traffic impacts. That middle image there shows you what it looks like while the slurry is getting poured in. That last image, sometimes mistakes happen. A trench doesn't get cut in quite the right place or not quite the right depth, so it'll have to be recut. And then that gets repaired. So what you're seeing there, that's already been mill and overlaid, so that doesn't exist anymore. But things like that happen during construction. And here's images of the finished product. So you can see on the left the standard microtrench. In the middle there, when they're going along their trench, they have to identify utilities and visually locate them to make sure that they don't damage them. So that's a little bit larger cut there. And then sometimes there are utilities that they can't microtrench around or get over the top of, like that catch basin in the right image. So they would need to get around them in some other way. Like in this case, what they've done is gone underneath the sidewalk over into the dirt behind the sidewalk and then come back out on the other side. Here's some more images of vault placement. There are a couple of different examples of vaults that are used to access the fiber. One of these has to be placed at every property corner. They get placed where property corners get shared. So that smaller one on the right, the standard flower pot, will service 2 properties. Those alternate with the slightly larger boxes on the image you can see on the left. There are some places, particularly at like intersections, where property might have to have multiple boxes on their frontage. And anecdotally, I would say this is where we get most of our complaints related to this project. There's a common misconception that property lines extend all the way to the back of sidewalk or the back of curb. So when these vaults and flower pots get put behind the sidewalk, people call us saying they're putting things in my yard, and we have to explain, well, no, actually the right-of-way is this distance behind the sidewalk, and that usually helps. So we started the pilot project, and we fine-tuned the standards that we've been working with, and then for public outreach, we emailed those standards to the local broadband providers, prospective and current broadband providers. And then we also sent out an email to our engineering community distribution list asking for comment. We got a few comments back. One main concern is regarding, during the pilot project, we had to institute a limit on the number of active permits that could be allowed. We had some concerns about restoration work that wasn't getting done in a timely fashion, so we capped it at 5 permits, saying you need to close out old permits before you start opening new ones. And they expressed concern to us about that's not enough permits, and they'd like us to increase that limit. We got comments about possibly needing to increase the depth of the trenches to make sure that those conduits go below frost line, making sure that the standards call for uniform permitting standards across all different types of construction methods. And we also got some feedback from an earlier project down south in Anthem where they tried microtrenching and didn't have a good experience with it, and so they told us they have no plans of using microtrenching even if we do approve it for citywide.
I have a question, if you could go back, please. I want to make sure that I understand concurrent permits. These are permits to internet providers to have their conduit put into these trenches?
Yes, so this is permits for one provider to be working in 5 different areas simultaneously. So the idea being, like, they could start a trench in one area, have their saw move on, and then while they're repairing that other site, then they can have other permits where they're doing new cuts and kind of be following along as they progress. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, so Robert did a good job kind of showing you what microtrenching looks like in the right-of-way. You know, why the microtrenching is really, I think, hearing both from council priorities for having options to bring broadband service to the community, and hearing from providers that the most cost-effective and rapid way to roll that out is through this microtrenching technology, which is different than our current standards, which for the most part would require either open trenching or directional boring. There is a bit of a misnomer in that directional boring results in no cuts to the asphalt. As you saw in one of Robert's previous slides, there's every time we cross an existing utility, of which there are a lot in the road, it's a requirement that it be potholed. So they have to open a small hole, take a really aggressive vacuum cleaner essentially, and identify every utility. So even with boring, you end up with a large number of potholes plus a large bore pit to do this. So there's really no such thing as a no impact way to get this rolled out underground. Our engineering standards, they don't allow for new utility poles. There are some options where they can be co-located with existing runs, but those are options. We as the city do not mandate which of the options in general are utilized. We have a set of criteria which prefer boring because it does create less impacts than a full open trench. So this micro-trenching, as you can see, it runs typically along the curb line where there's already a joint. You know, frankly, as a civil engineer, I was always taught, you know, minimize every time you cut asphalt, no matter how well done the patch is, there's going to be some level of impact to the longevity of the asphalt. The reason why this location by the curb was selected is because there's already a cold joint there between the edge of the concrete and the asphalt. So that's, you know, I kind of went off the script here, but just kind of give you like, why are we even up here telling you about microtrenching? That's why. So it's in response. You know, it results in the smaller cuts. It's certainly less impactful than open trenching would be, and it's very fast compared to any other method. They get 1,000, 2,000 feet a day. So the amount of time that they're in you know, it's a lot of residential neighborhoods, so the amount of time that they're in a given neighborhood, a given block, is less than it would be under any other method. Obviously, the costs for that type of installation are lower for the providers. The city, for the most part, I think of what you'll see, would not be paying for any of this. The proposed code amendments would allow the city to utilize this method for our own data conduits, should that be incorporated into a capital project. But for the most part, the costs are more so the market-driven factors of lowering the costs likely means that more providers would be interested in coming to town. And then the shallower excavation that this method allows tends to go above and not conflict with many of our existing utilities that are already under the street. You know, some of the risks that I had touched on already is you know, anytime you're cutting in our road, there's a bit of a degradation regardless of how well the patch is done. We think we've mitigated that, as I mentioned, with the location. But you can't put that, there are so many different unique scenarios in the field that we can't, you know, we have to go around things. You'll have a water valve in the way. He showed the picture of the catch basin. So it doesn't always end up that perfect drawing that, you know, our standard drawing. We have to kind of work through in the process to avoid those things. That mastic overband that, if I back up a minute, the black stuff that you see there is the mastic overband. It was a big concern, and one of the things that we looked at, because most of both the standards from the city of Mesa and other standards we looked at, most of our peer cities in Arizona have different climate conditions, and so we had concern about freeze thaw and just the difference. So we actually do have specified a different type that's of mastic overband that is intended for cold weather. And we did discuss, there are some cities in Utah specifically that we talked to, similar climate, that have so far had good experiences with that. On top of that, our standards actually require that whatever provider puts this micro trench in, they actually maintain responsibility for the maintenance of that overband. Were there to be a failure of that, it's not going to be put back on the responsibility of Public Works to come in and fix a failed overband. It would be on the provider to maintain their infrastructure till such time that there was either a mill and overlay or a full replacement of a section. At that point, it would be gone, and then at that point, it would just be buried under our right-of-way. And then, you know, it's a newer technology, so frankly, we don't have 30, 40 years of experience with this in places that we can point to, and I can't stand here and tell you that, you know, I've seen it over longer term. It's had some growing pains. If you looked it up, there were some early types of microtrenching is a fairly broad category, and there were some early efforts made, and some, I think Louisville is one of the more famous ones, where they just basically put a very shallow cut about halfway into the asphalt, jammed some fiber in there and epoxied over it, and it was a bad failure. So this term microtrenching is kind of catching a lot more, and what we're proposing here is nothing like that. You know, and then the rapid deployment that I mentioned has its good and its bad points. We talked about the good point. I shouldn't say bad, but it's going to present some challenges. These projects, were these standards to be approved, will result in a fairly rapid network rollout, meaning although on any given location, that location may not be affected for an extended period of time, but the number of locations being affected is going to be much more than what we normally experience, even with all of the construction that's going on in town. You'll just have so many more properties touched, so much more work involved, both from the development engineering side in managing the project and our inspectors inspecting the projects, and also in speaking with Patrick O'Connor, and Water Services has already, just with the pilot project, experienced a relatively high increase in their workload for the utility locates. Again, just due to how fast this goes, we're having to go out and before they cut any road, all these utilities have to be located. So, associated with all that, we anticipate, if these standards are approved, that there will be a rapid rollout, which kind of only makes sense with a provider's, business model to get that network rolled out. And we would be putting in separately, that's not what we're asking to be voted on or anything tonight, but that we would be putting in a mid-year request for additional project manager and construction inspector to be able to keep up with the volume of this new work that we anticipate that would be in addition to just all of the other construction that you're all well aware of in town. So that kind of concludes our presentation, and if you have any questions.
Yes, we do.
All right.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both very much for the presentation. Congratulations on your first presentation at council. You did very well. So my question is mainly around some of the feedback that was received in the public comments, particularly around the challenges with microtrenching and the frost line. Is that something that we would be looking at addressing in our process, or how does that work?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember House. The frost line is a concern primarily, with water, certainly, but when we look at our existing engineering standards, which have been around for decades, they already they require 24 inches of cover, and our frost depth is 30 here in town. So essentially, we already have standards which do not require dry utilities such as this to be below frost depth. So the frost depth, these standards are also, for our depth, are the same or very similar to other mountainous communities. Both, I was never able to make contact with anyone in Tahoe, but looked at Tahoe, Salt Lake. The frost concerns with this type of installation were something that we did look into, and that we have seen no evidence that it would be different than what we already have for other dry utilities, which what is it, 16 inches, Robert? 18 inches is our cover. I'm not sure that if we were to try to get down below frost depth, that this technology is really, because you saw that, the picture of that saw, so if you were to go deeper, that saw has to get, for every inch you go down, the saw needs to be at least 2 inches bigger. So I'm not sure that saw is even made, although I don't know all the things that are available in industry, but on that specific concern, we don't think that it needs to go any deeper than what the standards we're proposing based on our climate.
Thank you for that. And then in terms of the additional staffing that would be required for this, I'm assuming, and I'm just looking for affirmation on that was part of the consideration in the overall cost savings of microtrenching over some of the other models? Did that take into account the additional staff?
You know, it's kind of, it's coming from two different places, right? I think most of the cost savings are on the provider side, and these specific costs for staffing are coming from our side. So I don't know how they all balance. I know that I'm not super involved in the details of the license or franchise agreements, but I do know that as they roll out additional feet of fiber into the right-of-way, there are some fees associated with that on an ongoing basis to be able to calculate out. I mean, part of the problem too in giving you an exact budget for that is we respond to what comes. It's a little bit different than if it were a capital project. We can kind of plan it and say, okay, we'll do one this year and one next year. But in our role in development engineering, we respond to permittees in our right-of-way. And so we have some ability to manage that by, for example, the 5 permits at a time per provider item that we put in the standards. But we ultimately don't have total control of how many, you know, we could have 3 come in all wanting to do 5 permits at the same time. You know, that would definitely overwhelm staff to be able to manage it and manage the community impacts associated. I don't know if that answered.
Dave, can I jump in as well? Excuse me, Mayor and Council, just to provide additional context, as Dave mentioned, this is not a request for a staff person to council, but we have identified some funds that through IT that are actually coming from this project, the fiber project. And then moving forward, we'll be looking for some ongoing revenue to fund this position if it's approved. So at this point, I don't think we know what that looks like, and I think a lot of unknowns right now, but that's, you know, the background on the position.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I have a couple of questions. And one was about the road longevity. So as much as you've been able to ascertain in colder climates, they haven't seen a decrease in the road integrity from these trenches?
That's correct. I haven't seen any evidence or from any of the municipalities that we reached out to of failures or road degradation. I think generally the kind of the feedback I got from a lot of kind of our peers was similar to mine, where initially they hear about it and we're, you know, as engineers, we're like, whoa, you know, we like our roads to stay as untouched as they can. And the general feedback that I got also was that they've been surprised at that it was as unimpactful as it was. I will say that in certain locations in the pilot project, in some of the areas in Greenlaw, there were, you know, fairly old, I think a lot of that went in the 50s, and the old roll curbs are have started to rock back, and that gap between the asphalt and the curb was actually opening up. And in those conditions, I would probably make the case that this has been a net benefit, because taking an existing gap, running a saw down it, filling it with what's essentially kind of a weak concrete, and then putting the mastic over it probably resulted in a net positive in that instance. But in other instances, particularly where the roads are newer, it certainly is not a net benefit.
How long has this technology been used in colder climates?
I think because it's such a broad term, but I think at least 5 years is in, and there I think some folks from one of the providers here that might be able to kind of give a little more history about it. But from in our research around here, the city of Mesa kind of took the lead And then it's really been coming, it's kind of coming throughout the country. State of California actually passed a mandate from the state down to their municipalities where they have to come up with standards and allow micro-trenching. The Maricopa Association of Governments, who issues a set of standards that we normally kind of most of the cities in Arizona follow with a few amendments, seems to be heading that way. They don't have a set of of standards yet, but they just issued a study and there's a lot of good information in there that kind of has some best practices, and I wish they had done that about a year ago, because by the time that came out, we were almost done with these, but we did kind of cross-reference ours into that.
And if, or when other providers come along, are they adding their fiber within the conduit that's been laid down, or is another cut made?
Typically, no. There would be a second cut in that one image that Robert showed. The primary cut is not only the location on the curb, but also if there's a second provider. The way we wrote these standards is that we have standard locations for up to 2 providers. The one that's on the curb, and then, the second one doesn't have that benefit of the cold joint, but it's 2 foot out unless noted otherwise. There's areas like bike lanes and things where we would not run a longitudinal cut in a bike lane. We would move it to the outside edge of the bike lane. And then the standard that we've presented here says if there were more than 2, it would be on a case-by-case evaluation. The feedback we've received from other municipalities is that it tends to be when you have multiple providers that they kind of tend to not all go into the same neighborhoods, and so it's not super common that you're going to have 2 new providers on top of the existing providers that are already providing internet. So most likely the areas that you see multiple cuts are kind of where they all tend to need to get their facilities back to more centralized nodes where they're connecting into the broader internet or fiber to outside. But it is a possibility that we have addressed in these standards.
All right, and my other questions were about freeze thaw and whether money has been identified for the additional staff. So thank you for providing those answers. Council, are there any additional questions? Then I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, since I jumped the gun on this one earlier, I'd love to make the motion for this. I'd like to motion that we approve the suggested code amendments.
Wait a minute. I think you're going to be one ahead of us for the entire evening. We're on B, and we're looking to read the resolution by title only.
My apologies. I would like to recommend that we read the resolution, 2025-52.
Mayor, Council, sorry. Councilmember Garcia, you would just need to word it as a motion. I would like to move or make a motion to. Thank you.
Thank you. I would move that we read the resolution 2025-52 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled 2025 Amendments to Flagstaff City Code Title 13, Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure.
Thank you. And can I get a motion to read ordinance 2025-20?
Mayor, I move that we read ordinance number 2025-20 by title only for the first time.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 13 Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure by adopting by reference that certain document entitled 2025 Amendments to Flagstaff City Code Title 13 Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are moving down to 12C, Councilmember Garcia. Consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-51.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sterling Solomon, your city attorney. In 2010, as I mentioned at the work session a couple weeks ago, but just to refresh your memory, the city entered into an agreement with Arizona Game and Fish for the release of 200 gallons per minute of reclaimed water on a weekly basis for a period of 20 years. That said, the city has obviously recognized the benefit of continuing on a more long-term basis the release of reclaimed water to enhance and improve riparian habitat. As a result, this resolution extends those benefits, like I said, on a long-term basis, subject to technology evolving with respect to water purification and other options and regulations and availability. A big shout out to several staff members who have helped with this, Shannon Anderson making sure that we got additional outfalls included in the resolution so that places like Sinclair Wash could eventually see some reclaimed water as well. Rebecca Sayers, Director of PROS, and Lee Williams, Director of Water Services, and Aaron Young, who's here with me tonight in Lee's place, have all been very helpful in getting this. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. That said, staff definitely recommends approval of this resolution. It's a long time coming. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Matthews?
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read resolution number 2025-51 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council establishing an amount of effluent/reclaimed water to be released into the Rio de Flag, subject to advanced water purification technological options, regulations, and availability.
I move that we adopt resolution 2025-51.
Okay.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Moving down to D, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-50.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stacy Brackeneggs, Grants, Contracts, Emergency Management Director. I do not have a presentation, but this should be quick. This is for an intergovernmental agreement between the state of Arizona through Arizona Department of Transportation and the city of Flagstaff, and I got to read this title as long. Arizona State Match Advantage for Rural Transportation. Arizona AZ Smart Grant, as you've heard of it. It's a match reimbursement program, and it's for the Downtown Mile Safety and Connectivity Improvement Project. As you recall, we came to you for approving a grant for $32.4 million, a little over that, for a total grant construction award of $56.3 million, which is pretty exciting. To get that level of grants, probably one of my highest in my careers. This opportunity, the state offers if you apply for a federal grant or you receive the federal grant, you can apply for a matching grant through AZ Smart. We've been very successful with it, and we received $3 million to offset our match, which our match commitment was $12.8 million, so that'll reduce it down to 9.8 for the match. And then the remaining balance of the match, our total for this whole project of the 56 was 23.8. We approached BNSF, talked to them, and they are throwing in an $11 million match. So the leverage on this project is great. When you have that kind of partnership between the federal, state, local match, and then BNSF match. So pretty amazing for that level of project. And then Christine Cameron's online. If you do have, I thought I saw Christine, if you have questions about the Downtown Mile project, otherwise it's approval for the IGA for the match.
Council, do you have any questions? Christine, thank you for watching this entire meeting up until this point. I will entertain a motion to read the resolution.
I move that we read resolution number 2025-50 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the State of Arizona and the City of Flagstaff for the Arizona State Match Advantage for Rural Transportation, AZ Smart Fund Award for the Downtown Mile Safety and Connectivity Improvement Project.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a motion to adopt.
Mayor, I'll move to adopt resolution number 2025-50.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Down to E.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I'm here this evening to present an intergovernmental agreement with Northern Arizona University. Dr. Eric Nielsen, Chief Sustainability Officer and Professor of Environmental Science and Policy, is also joining us virtually this evening. I have a brief presentation for the Council that will complement our August 26th Virtual Power Purchase Agreement 101 discussion. It will provide a brief overview of the intergovernmental agreement framework and discuss next steps. I'd like to revisit some key points about virtual power purchase agreements, which I will refer to as VPPAs from this point forward. Our VPPA discussion focuses on exploring more cost-competitive purchases for renewable energy credits to meet our commitment to clean energy. Keeping in mind our clean energy trajectory would, in an ideal situation, the city would be generating all of its energy on its own. But to uphold our commitments, we are currently purchasing clean energy credits. We are continuously exploring our options to move forward with being self-reliant on energy that we produce. But at this time, we have several limitations. So we continue to maintain our commitment to clean energy, but also exploring future opportunities. This is a snapshot that I provided on the August 26th discussion of our clean energy portfolio as well as our expenditures. And the key focus of the discussion today is really that highlighted area. Number 2, our APS Green Power Partners expenditures. We believe through a Arizona consortium and a virtual power purchase agreement, we can actually reduce this cost of purchasing clean energy credits and to redirect that funding to more cost-effective programming. So now let's discuss the IGA with NAU. The IGA will authorize NAU to issue a non-binding, keyword there, non-binding solicitation on behalf of the Arizona Consortium to procure price-competitive renewable energy credits or clean energy credits. We will prioritize regional participation from both APS and SRP, but it will be open to a national wholesale energy market favoring the Southwest Power Pool. And in the graphic on the lower right-hand corner, you can see the different power pools of the Southwest Power Pool, also known as SPP, that will be going essentially live in 2027. The consortium has been busy working on the proposed solicitation, and this is just a bit of a teaser alert, but I wanted to share with the council the 5 elements that we've been focusing on regarding the scoring of a solicitation if we move forward with the IGA and NAU is successful in procuring solicitations. We will be focusing on project economics. Right now, we're talking about project economics being the most robust scoring mechanism. We'll be focusing on project connections to Arizona. Right now, that focus has a 10% scoring weight. Project impacts, as well as the likelihood of project completion, as well as contracting. And I want to just take a moment to point out the contracting. This is incredibly important because of the multiple numbers of partners in this Arizona consortium. And we want to ensure that whoever is brought forward to collaborate with is very understanding of terms and conditions of each agency within the consortium. This is very important to us as a city organization as well as the consortium members. We've had a lot of dialogue on the makeup of what the draft scoring could look like. And of course, if things progress in a productive manner, I will be back in front of council to discuss this in more detail and the bids that have been received by NAU. So that is the framework of the IGA, and I wanted to just highlight a timeline for the council. This is not if you will, an easy, immediate project to get across the finish line. But our ultimate goal is, if we are successful, that we will be operational in the year 2027, 2028 timeframe. So just to put that in perspective, there would be a lot of negotiations and contracts, the issuance, of course, of the solicitation, and then a lot of negotiations, at which point, if negotiations are entered, I will be back to the council for discussion and approval. And with that, I am here to answer any questions. And if I may offer the microphone to Dr. Nielsen if he would like to jump in. Oh, pardon me. Eric, if you'd like to jump in, I believe you have access now.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Mayor and Council. NAU is really excited to be leading this Arizona consortium of public entities to try to solve a problem that really has vexed NAU, ASU, and others across the state. And so we think this is going to be a really constructive engagement. We've been talking, I believe, over about the last 15 months to get to this point. So we're very, very excited about the opportunity to actually start moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, just a couple of clarifying questions and then one follow-up question. Just so I understand, right now, I think we call it a PPA, where we are buying credits for like 96,000, but we offset it with these other projects. Is that offset close to just net even? Is that just in offsetting the cost of the Green Power Partnership or offsetting our utility cost in total?
Councilmember Matthews, thank you. So the Green Power Partner program allows us to buy those renewable energy credits based on our monthly consumption of electricity. So we offset, if you will, we generate some of our own electricity, we purchase electricity from Hoover Dam, and then everything else that we don't kind of qualify as clean or renewable energy, we buy credits for. So right now we are annually purchasing renewable energy credits, roughly around 36,000 megawatt hours. That will fluctuate depending on weather, specifically the Water Services Division being the lion's share of that, which is why we have focused on a lot of energy efficiency elements in our Water Services Department. But so that's a fluctuating rate, and I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
So I'm not sure. So our total for the municipality and all of our buildings that we own, our total net cost of electricity is offset by these PPAs and the Power Authority Hoover Dam, or is that, or are those, that portfolio just offsetting the Green Power Partner cost?
Thank you for clarifying. It is offsetting the full organizational cost. Yeah.
And then my next question is, and thank you for that, because I started getting confused. What, and you may not know this off the top of your head, and you can get back to me, but I was curious, what percentage of our carbon neutrality plan focuses on external, like buying credits in New Mexico and stuff, and not actually Flagstaff's impact in reducing our carbon emissions for the city?
Thank you. The way that the carbon neutrality plan is written, and previous city councils had given direction for municipal operations to be clean energy or offset with renewable energy credits. So we have built that direction into the carbon neutrality plan. And I'm happy to follow up with the council with some more detail on how we've built that in, but we've always calculated into our emissions projections that the city, based on whatever amount of consumption that we have, will be net zero. So we know that that's a moving number. Our energy consumption continues to grow, and again, it can fluctuate depending on rainfall or snow each year. So we anticipate with new technologies coming on board, for example, in water services, we're going to see an increase in their consumption for solid drying. So we're really working hard to create that fiscal stability, especially in this line item that you're seeing in number 2 on the screen.
Okay. And then reflecting back on when you first presented this in August, I remember you talked a lot about how we can leverage having a consortium gives us leverage because we're a bigger voice, right? And so that helps us negotiate the price, right?
Exactly.
So I was surprised that we're not mentioning tonight, I noticed on the contract that the city of Phoenix is not on there. And so then I did research, and they pulled out of this, this group. Is that correct?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. I'm not sure. Oh, Eric is still on. I'll let Eric answer that question, if you don't mind. Eric, may I put you on the spot?
Sure, not at all, Councilmember Matthews. The Phoenix has not pulled out. What they did, there's been a lot of very enthusiastic participation over the last 15 or so months from Phoenix. But recently their chief sustainability officer has been replaced, and multiple other deputy city managers have also been replaced. And so it's a time of a lot of turnover. And their staff is still trying to engage with and really come to an agreement on moving forward and presenting this to the council. So initially we did have Phoenix included on the IGA while they're figuring out their strategy to move forward. They asked that we take them off so that other councils, other entities don't approve based on thinking that, you know, Phoenix is fully in. And so that's really where we stand. We're still having very constructive engagement. I received a couple of emails today on presentations that they are giving on this internally. So my hope is, and I'm quite confident that the solutions we're pursuing are the solutions that Phoenix will have to pursue as well to reach their carbon neutrality goals.
So as a follow-up, the pie chart that I printed off from that presentation, Phoenix was about 80% of the whole pie. Yeah. So if they don't come back into this group, that I'm guessing will really impact our negotiation power. So can you speak on that, Eric? Is not taking for granted that they will or will not come back in, but if they don't, what's the game plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Matthews. That's a great question. We've talked to our consultants about this and who are constantly in this energy market. All of the other parties which are moving forward with votes in the next couple weeks are all of us together move us into a pretty good space in the market in terms of getting some economies of scale. If we are able to bring on Phoenix, it basically almost would allow the consortium to buy into 2 fairly large utility scale renewable energy projects. And so the other complicating factor in Phoenix is that, Sky Harbor is part of that and has very aggressive goals, but they also are under FAA regulations, and there's some issues that they're trying to figure out whether or not Sky Harbor can be a part of a consortium like this or not. So I think economically, we will still be much better off than any of us would be individually. And I feel very confident that we can also try to procure or go out to marketplace basically I'm hoping, again, that Phoenix will be a part of this, but if not, I don't think it's going to be detrimental for the economics, what we'd be looking at.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I was going to ask a question along those lines too, so answered, thank you. Any additional questions? Councilmember Aslan.
Sure, I'll follow up on that other question. It was a great catch there and a wonderful thing for us to think about. My comment to kick off my question would be, I've been very enthusiastic about this agreement and have said so in multiple different ways. We're leading here. We're building something, and all great things start off small. I see partners coming into this on an ongoing basis as time moves forward. And, there's going to be a snowball effect, and at some point there's going to be a saturation point where things are really moving, and it's easy for other groups to join in. Eric or Nicole, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on what some of those other entities might be. I know there's some conversations going around with someone. I'm not going to mention who that is, just because I don't want to presume the end product of that, and it would be their announcement to make, not mine. But can you speak more fully to the general snowball concept?
Yes, Councilmember Aslan, thanks. There are some other public entities that have reached out to us and have been learning about what we're trying to put together, as well as some nonprofits. Again, there's a lot of entities that have these goals, and it's very hard to reach these goals when we don't live in a state that has wholesale or retail market competition. And so I can just say that one entity, I know their board is, they're not on the current IGA, and as you'll note in the text, others can join the IGA, and as long as everybody else who has approved it will let them in. So I do think there's an opportunity for a snowball, and having Flagstaff be the first partner in this IGA, I think, really speaks to the town-gown relationship. And NAU designed its climate action plan to be in concert with and in harmony with and be supportive of the city's plan. And I think the two of us kind of stepping forward together and then bringing others on board is really showing leadership in the state.
Thank you, Eric. I don't think your own personal work in all of this can be acknowledged or enough, or that there can be enough gratitude for it. Appreciate everything all the heavy lifting you've been doing over the past 15 months. Same goes for you, Nicole. But NAU is showing some real chutzpah here, and I'm just really impressed and very excited to be on the ground level.
Thank you. And if I may just add, Dr. Nielsen's commitment to this space, and it has been very time consuming, and it's not lost on any of us in the consortium how much work has gone into this.
Councilmember
One other point to make on that note is, sorry, Mayor, you know, this is a commitment by NEU, so this goes all the way up the chain to President Cruz himself. I would dare say he deserves a lot of credit for putting Eric in this position and giving Eric the green light to pursue all of this. Just speaks very highly of his own trailblazing attitude and his capacity for doing things differently and thinking outside the box and showing real leadership.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Aslan. You stole my word. I was going to ask, are we the trailblazers in this state moving forward with these type of initiatives? And if so, then I'm comfortable taking the risk, because with great risk often comes great reward, and I don't see this as a great risk. I see this as a metered risk that we have fail-safes involved to monitor up to the point where we actually have to move forward with it. And at that point, we'll see the reward, and since it is a substantial difference in the way we do things, I think we'll see a substantial reward without very many risks or fallbacks, because we are able to move in and out of this. Am I correct by thinking that way?
I'm sorry, what was that last piece?
That we're not necessarily married to this idea. We'll be able to move away from it.
Absolutely. This is a non-binding IGA, and if I may, I'll just revisit the timeline for the council, that if approved by the City Council tonight and the other agencies that are part of the consortium approve their IGAs as well, then NAU will issue a solicitation on behalf of the consortium, and then we will wait to receive bids, and hopefully we do, and then we will rank those bids. We will score them and go through a similar process that we do through our city procurement, and then I as staff will come back with a recommendation, and I will not come back with a bad recommendation that commits us to higher level of expenditures than we currently see.
I really appreciate that context. And when we came up with the climate action plan, we were moving forward with it, there was a sense of how are we going to get this taken, how are we going to complete the task of the plan? And it's by taking bold new risks that we're seeing that come to fruition. And I think that this is a good risk to take.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand correctly, right now we're just talking about a $10,000 commitment as part of the cost for the attorneys or the consultants, and then you're going to come back to us and we're going to talk about what guardrails you put in to, because I read a lot about the risk is in fluctuation, which we have already, but this would be in a bigger scale. And so we'll have time to know who is all involved and what guardrails we've determined and stuff, and we can make a more formal decision then. But right now, you just need to know you can move forward and continue the investigation.
So the good news is we actually don't have to spend any money, only if we go into contract with a virtual power purchase agreement developer. And that would be a shared cost for the legal fees, and we are capping that, but NAU has essentially taken on the fiscal load, if you will, of hiring consultants, U-Source, to get us to this point today. Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. Nicole, I wanted to thank you for walking me through this. I had a lot of questions early on, and I said it at the last time we talked about this, but I'll say it again. I'm very impressed that we have this opportunity, and I'm thankful that NAU is becoming a partner if this does go through. And I'm excited to see where this can go. So thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you.
All right, council, I am looking for a motion on E.
I move that we read resolution number 2025-49 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Arizona Board of Regents for and on behalf of Northern Arizona University and the City of Flagstaff for cooperative purchasing intergovernmental agreement.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt Resolution 2025-49.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Moving down to F, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-47.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Joanne Keene, Deputy City Manager. I'm going to kick this presentation off and then turn it over to our engineer who can give more details than I can provide. But I just wanted to give a little bit of a background on this IGA and why we're discussing it today. In Senate Bill 1737, which was one of the budget bills from last legislative session, Senator Rogers included some language that provided $1.9 million to the city of Flagstaff for design and construction of a traffic signal at West Route 66 and Woody Mountain Road. Just some background on this appropriation. Each senator, not always on the House side, but on the Senate side, they're given an amount to spend within their district, and this was one of Senator Rogers' requests this last legislative budget cycle to provide the $1.9 million for this project. We were contacted by ADOT. They wanted to transfer the funding to us through an IGA. There was actually specific language in the bill that stated that that had to be done by September 15th, which, as you see, has come and gone. But we had a pretty quick call with ADOT to discuss some of the terms of that IGA and let them know that the soonest we could get it to council was likely this meeting. Also in the actual authorizing legislation, it states that the funds need to be transferred to the city by November 1st, 2025, so you'll see that in the IGA. Just to provide some additional background, when we were contacted by ADOT, we were able to set up a meeting with Senator Rogers. I think one of the, and I'll have our engineer talk about, City Engineer Paul Mood come up next to talk about the specifics. But one of the initial concerns we had was that, we may not want a traffic signal at this intersection, that there may be some other improvements that we want to do down West Route 66, and specifically in this intersection. And I know several of you are involved with Metro Plan, and Metro Plan has a pretty big appropriation request for next session in the Rural Transportation Bill to fund this project, and I believe it's the #1 priority. That request is actually $18 million. So in that discussion with Senator Rogers that we had, I can't remember the date, Paul will remember, I know he will. We had a discussion with her about whether there was some flexibility with this $1.9 million and whether we could use it for kind of a quick fix, but then use it for some improvements that we see are necessary down on this West Route 66 corridor. Those discussions were very positive, and she was incredibly open to that, and in fact, in that discussion, agreed to drop a bill next session to provide funding for the entire project. Likely not the $18 million, but I think what we're asking for is $3 million. So just overall, positive discussion. This item tonight, I'm going to have Paul kind of go into the details on the actual signal, but the item tonight is to approve the IGA, where then these funds will be basically provided to the city of Flagstaff for this West Route 66 corridor. So with that, Paul, can I turn it over to you? Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. She actually did most of my presentation for me. Yeah, like Joanne said, the state appropriated the city $1.9 million. It's just a pass-through. The intersection is actually controlled by ADOT. It's West Route 66 and Woody Mountain Road. We did meet with Councilmember Matthews and Senator Rogers, myself, Jeff Bauman, Joanne, and Kate Morley with Metro Plan. This is a picture of the intersection, so it's really unimproved right now. There's no curb, gutter, sidewalks, or anything like that. So if we want to move quick, we're looking at potentially a temporary traffic signal in that area. Long-range plans, Metro Plan is doing the West Route 66 operational assessment. The Metro Plan Board will be seeing that at their next meeting. Long-term, could be, preferred option here would be a roundabout, but it could be a traffic signal. So this IGA before you tonight is just to get the money transferred from the state to the city, and then staff will be working with ADOT on the design of a signal at this intersection. So that is the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
And Paul, just Kate Morley from Metro Plan is here as well if there are any other specific questions.
And Kate, did you have anything that you'd like to add? Okay. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you very much. This question is for any of the three of you, two of you in the orange. I don't know if you guys are coordinating some secret signals here tonight. And Paul.
A little bit orange.
So obviously some improvements need to happen here, and there's development that's going on, big development that's happening nearby. It's going to have a major impact on traffic. This is definitely a worthy project. I know there have been some concerns in the city about the timing of this and the place in the queue that it has, and it's interesting you just mentioned the plans for a possible roundabout there, which is what I'd much rather see permanently. Can you speak more to how this going down this route would endanger an eventual roundabout? And also, I'd like to know, how long are we talking having a temporary traffic light there, and what does that look like? Is that just a trailer hitch that's dropped off in the intersection, and or, you know, because I'm thinking temporary traffic lights, you know, on mountain passes where you have to go one lane, those things are slapped up overnight, and so I just want to make sure that that's not what we're envisioning of long-term, but what is that timeline? And I'll let you get started answering all those questions.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Aslan. Temporary traffic signal would be the wood poles and wire and a signal similar to Butler 4th Street. If we were to do a roundabout at that location, the temporary signal would probably be the best option. It would allow you to have that span wire signal for I would say a year or two, and then go back and do a roundabout. The city has approximately $11 million in Prop 419 funding for West Route 66, but it's spread out over several years. So we don't have one big chunk of money to go say, let's go do a project. If we do a temporary signal, we are hoping to get it done by the end of this year. If we were to do a more permanent signal, you have to order the mast arms and poles, and those are long lead items. That could be roughly 6 to 8 months longer than a temporary signal would be. It'd be much more expensive. Talking with Senator Rogers, it sounded like the money we did not spend, we could, on the signal, we could use towards improvements along this corridor. So if there is a bill introduced next year to get funding for something at this intersection or along the corridor, we could put that money back in. I know Metro Plan is looking to made that RTAC funding request. You usually don't get all that funding, but you could get a few $1 million. So we're hoping that something could happen at this intersection probably within the next 2 to 3 years.
And absent all of this, what was the plan for that intersection, and what was the timeline for that? And where do other projects around the city fit in to this, and how are they disrupted?
I guess other projects around the city aren't disrupted because we have the $11 million programmed in Prop 419 specifically for West Route 66. That money is in our CIP just for this corridor. That money is really to look at partnering with ADOT or going after any grants. So I couldn't really tell you the timing. We were going to start looking once the West Route 66 operational assessment is approved by the Metro Plan Board. Then we're really going to start looking for funding from grants through ADOT, any means possible. Metro Plan's always helping us look for that.
And I'd love to hear from my executive director at Metro Plan on this topic too, and how it plays into the longer term strategy that we've been building at Metro Plan, and how synergistic that is or disruptive.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Council. Kate Morley, Executive Director of Metro Plan. This is a spoiler alert for tomorrow's meeting, sorry. The West 66 operational assessment is being presented to the board tomorrow. The real punchline of that is that over the past year and a half, a project advisory group made up of city staff members, ADOT staff members, Metro Plan staff members, Mountain Line staff members have worked on what this corridor should look like. And they have a proposal, which is the true full build-out vision for the corridor, which has a $32 million price tag on it and includes roundabouts at the intersections that you're talking about. We have $11 million through the city's Prop 419, and then this $2 million appropriation from Senator Rogers. So $13 million, which doesn't get us to that full project vision. One of the things that the PAG said that they would pull out if they can't find the funding to do the full vision are the roundabouts, and they would put the signals in instead, though the roundabouts are desired. So this does help get us towards that, and with this big funding gap between the full vision and the money that we actually have in hand, it is incremental progress towards that.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for, or all, I guess I should say, for your parts in this conversation. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly that this funding it was maybe brought forward for a specific purpose, but as it's being presented in this IGA is not unencumbered from how it's used overall, but not necessarily dedicated to that original ask that might not actually be the final desired product here. Am I understanding that correct?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember House, the IGA is very specific to be used for a traffic signal.
Okay, and so I guess my pause there is just in, like, if the vision for this area and what's going to be presented even tomorrow, I know I don't have any direct insight into what that conversation will look like, but what does it look like for us to accept this funding if our overall vision is for a different type of traffic signalization or control in this area?
Yeah, I would say, so we have the appropriation for the $1.9 million. I don't have a cost estimate for a temporary signal, but I'm thinking a few $100,000. So that could leave us, let's just say $1.5 million left that we could use potentially for a roundabout at this intersection once we get additional funding put together.
And Councilmember House, just to also jump in, so we will be using these funds for a signal. So we are complying with what's in that IGA. Just the flexibility that we've been given to use the rest of the funds for other improvements You know, and we were just talking up here, I mean, this is an intersection that definitely needs some safety improvements, you know, with all of the new housing developments in this corridor, the Sierra on 66, the Woody Mountain Homes, Timber Sky, et cetera. There's definitely a need for something in this intersection.
Yes, thank you both very much for that answer. I obviously agree that something is needed. I think my concern is if we have one vision for what's ultimately needed or desired in this area, and this funding was for a different vision, making sure that we are still able to meet out our vision and have that say in what ultimately goes in here. But it sounds like we do, so that's good. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like I need to do some clarification just to make sure. The 1.9 million Senator Rogers allocated for that intersection because she saw, she experiences the traffic dangers and seeing the Sierra on 66 coming in. So I was real excited that Kate was there to be able to talk to her about the bigger vision for Metro Plan, which was not on Senator Rogers' radar to support, right? I mean, maybe she'd come around later, but the temporary signal is to address the immediate concerns and needs with Sierra on 66 opening up this year, and knowing how long it usually takes us to get road improvements like that. We're talking years down the line. We did talk about, and she was, how I understood it, she was good with a roundabout. The developers in Timber Sky and around have put in all the infrastructure for a street light. There's big cement boxes around there. And there are some concerns about entitlements to get a roundabout in, but that's up to the engineers and to the overall design plan. We can go whichever way we want. There's no restriction there. And so in my mind, that 1.9 million minus what it's really going to cost us, 400,000, get it, that's an extra 1.5 million that we didn't have for that overall improvements. And I think we all heard her say, you can use the rest of the money for any part of that improvement on that corridor. So I don't see any area of concern. This is something that's a temporary fix because it's going to take years to get the permanent fix. And we've got 220 units just in the Sierra on 66 coming live in 2 months or less. So I get a lot of comments from people that live in that area concerned about the dangers of the traffic and coming down that hill. So unless I'm missing something, I think this is just a bonus, right?
Yes.
All right, seeing no other, Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, just real briefly, I'm not sure it does the senator any favors by pointing out that this is her personal intersection where she lives at in terms of how she uses it personally. I'm sure it doesn't run afoul of any legalities, but it sure doesn't have a really good smell to it.
Just to clarify, she doesn't live on that intersection, but it was her constituents that made her look at that. And then she personally experiences that, so I wouldn't taint that water.
All right, seeing no other questions, I will entertain a motion to read the resolution.
Trying to find it. Mayor, I'd like to read resolution number 2025-47 by title only.
I'll second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, and, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Arizona Department of Transportation and the City of Flagstaff for the design and construction of a traffic signal at the intersection of Woody Mountain Road and US Route 66.
A motion to adopt?
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Wow, he's already gone and Bryce is already here. G.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, your real estate manager. You know, shortly after Seinfeld was over, Jerry Seinfeld did a really fun stand-up comedy HBO special called I'm Telling You for the Last Time. And as much as I would love to say I'm telling you for the last time I'm here about the Rita flag, there's this thing called the upper reach. And so on my map here, it's phase 5. I will be back to talk about some acquisitions for that. But tonight's item, I'm telling you for the last time, everything in phase 4 and phase 6, this is the last ask of me to say we've tried our best to acquire all these property interests, and there's 2 additional property interests that we're asking you to authorize condemnation actions for. And let me scroll down on my map here. The first one, and these are tough negotiations. The one right here is called, it's actually the High Country Inn. It's the take that we need is actually just a temporary construction easement for the realignment of Milton, so that when the Rio de Flag project does go through Milton, there's enough of a traffic alignment there. With this property owner, it's going to have some significant impacts. The project is they're going to have to figure out how to get their patrons in through a different way, and we don't have great answers as to timing of when all this will happen. We have a schedule that we're trying to keep with the Army Corps, but this particular part of the project is going to come in. Well, there's a lot of contingencies for it, so the Corps can't put this part of the project in before the Lone Tree Overpass provides enough traffic relief for them to do the temporary reduction of lanes here. And so we just have a lot of questions there. And so talking to a property owner and say, well, we need these rights right now. When are you going to be here? When's this impact going to be here? We don't have great answers for that. And so I understand their position and said, you know what, if this is what you need right now, go seek the rights through the court. So that's where those negotiations left. And then the second interest that we're asking for is for the Seco 2 property. This is off of Butler. It's where Single Speed Roastery is. And let me scroll down here. What we need there, this was basically, we had an interesting kind of collaborative deal with these property owners previously, where we agreed to lesser interest than we were previously asking in exchange for some kind of land swaps. We got a deal kind of in principle done. Unfortunately, the Corps looks like they took another look at the rights that they need, and they said, you know what, we actually need the full suite of rights we were initially asking for. And so once we went to the property owner and said, you know what, we actually have to go this direction, that's led to the negotiations being stalled. And so that's why we are asking to get those rights through the courts. And so these are the 2 final interests for the phase 4 and 5/6 of the project. We're asking for resolution for the authority to condemn, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Greg.
Thank you for that succinct presentation. I just want to elaborate a little bit on this property. Mayor, you know this because you've been at the table, but I wanted to mention that the discussions with the Corps, there's been many on what Bryce just articulated, and I think we have exhausted our resources. Our last meeting on this was yesterday morning, and the Corps, their position is firm, and time is of the essence on this. So I just want council to know that there's been a lot of effort underlying what was just described. Thank you.
Councilmember, is that a motion? Any other questions? Because we're going to take a motion. All right, let's go.
inventing new shorthand, I guess. You know, it's never fun. It's always very sobering to have to condemn properties and to move forward this way. But I do think that the city has given its due diligence. You've worked so hard to find another solution to this. We can't let this slip by the wayside any further. So I'm really pleased that a solution has been found and that we can keep putting one foot in front of the other on this project that always seems to be a little bit on life support, but just keeps on plugging along. So I would very much be in favor of making a motion, Madam Mayor, that we read resolution number 2025-53 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of property interests necessary for the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project, a public use, providing for delegation of authority, condemnation authority, repeal of conflicting resolutions, and establishing an effective date.
And a motion to adopt?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you all. Thanks, Bryce. Item 13, discussion items. Hello?
Hello.
You guys should have come down here on one wheels.
Mayor and Council, I'm Jenny Neiman, Climate Action Section Director. Thank you so much for making time tonight for us to talk once again about micromobility share. I am joined tonight by a large group of folks, and we're actually backed by an even larger group of folks that we have collaborated with over the past couple months. So they will introduce themselves when they get here, but we've got Kim with Metro Plan, Jamie with the Sustainability Office, and Chris with Transportation Engineering at the city. Also on our working group are Kate Morley of Metro Plan, Aaron Stam of NAU Transit Services, Lorena Reyes of Mountain Line, and a host of other city partners. We were here in February to restart the discussion about micromobility share in Flagstaff, and tonight we seek your direction on whether to continue this work. We'll do a quick recap of our engagement since that February conversation, and then we'll talk about what it would mean to move forward. I want to start before we get too far just to talk about what micromobility is. Micromobility means those small electric-powered devices that have really proliferated across the country in the last 5 to 10 years. This can mean the one wheel that you might see a 14-year-old in your neighborhood about. When we use micromobility tonight, we're going to be talking about e-scooters and e-bikes. The reason for that is micromobility share companies provide those two devices when they provide micromobility share services. Those shared services mean that these devices are available to rent by generally any adult that wants to rent them. And rental rates are, we're talking renting by the hour or renting even sometimes by the minute. And so that's really what we mean when we talk about micromobility share. A really important thing to note is that micromobility devices are already here in Flagstaff. We're not talking about should we allow those in Flagstaff. They are here. I see an e-bike for about every bike that I see. I see a couple scooters a day, and then I go onto NAU's campus, and you can see hundreds of scooters in an hour, right? So they're very much already here in Flagstaff. What we're talking tonight is about a micromobility share business or an operator that would provide this shared service. And that's really our focus of this project. Just for a little bit of background, this is a slide that we talked about in February. Our code currently specifies that a permit can be obtained to operate micromobility share in Flagstaff. We have two options tonight. We can move forward with creating a permit to operate here. That permit can be awarded through an RFP process. Or if council doesn't want to proceed with allowing this in Flagstaff, we can change the code. That wouldn't happen tonight, but that would be where we would eventually go to say, we actually don't want these businesses to operate in Flagstaff. We came to council to begin this conversation in February of this year, and since we've been working to hear from staff and city commissions, as well as a couple community groups. And so tonight we bring to council 2 questions. The first is the simple one. It's sort of the go or no go. Should we allow micromobility share operators to come to Flagstaff? And then if council directs us to proceed with this, there are of course a handful of steps. They're not going to show up immediately. But then the second question is, if council does want us to proceed, does it have any feedback for how we proceed? We're going to talk about a staff recommendation about requirements that we would place on a vendor. And so that's sort of the second question of just any feedback or ideas about how we work with that potential micromobility share operator. Here are the implementation steps. The first row shows what we've been doing since February to get to today's decision points. If we proceed with allowing this type of business in Flagstaff, we'll work internally to set a permit fee. Then we will start a procurement process. That would really say, we're open for business, give us your proposals for how you, a micromobility share operator, might operate in Flagstaff. Then we would select one vendor to go forward if council decides to go with the staff recommendation. And then we would start what we call implementation planning, sort of launch planning. We've been here before, and we'd really work really closely with the vendor as well as a lot of different partners to plan for that implementation. We'd also stay in close communication, obviously, with that operator through launch and then through operation. Now I'm thrilled to hand this over to Kim.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Kim Austin, and I am the Transportation Demand Management Planner at MetroPlan. And I presented the micromobility feasibility study in February to Council. I've been involved on this team for a year, and as a TDM planner, my goal is to reduce the reliance on single occupancy vehicles by promoting alternative modes of transportation. A micromobility share program would have many benefits to Flagstaff. Flagstaff has a robust walking and biking community. A micromobility share program would only enhance mobility and access for walking and biking. It would allow transportation equity and provide options for those who do not own vehicles, help fill the gaps left by transit and school bus constraints, reduce our environmental impact and congestion, and help support tourism as a selling point to attract ecotourism. Micromobility is mentioned and supported in several City of Flagstaff planning documents, including the Active Transportation Master Plan, the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030, and the Carbon Neutrality Plan. In addition, MetroPlan Stride Forward mentions micromobility as a beneficial transportation option to support carbon neutrality goals, decrease vehicle miles traveled, and as a needed change in transportation behavior. Okay, on the right side of this slide, you will see an image from the North American Bike Share and Scooter Share Association. Of the 415 cities shown on this map, 79% of the systems include both e-scooters and e-bikes. So if an operator were to come to Flagstaff, you expect to see both of those devices, please. On the left side of this screen, you will see a graph, and those were the peer cities that we researched in the feasibility study. What you don't see are the cities in Arizona that currently have shared micromobility programs. and those are Yuma, Scottsdale, Phoenix, Tucson, Tempe, Mesa, and Gilbert. This is an infographic from a bike share pilot. So micromobility share has been in Flagstaff before. And so Flagstaff had a pilot program with a company called Spin, and it ran from April to October of 2018. And in this 6-month pilot, almost 11,000 trips were taken and almost 14,000 miles were ridden. The average trip was about 1.5 miles, and most of those trips were after 7 p.m., which also coincides with when the bus kind of starts decreasing their service for the evening. And I want you to notice on the slide, the thicker lines, those are the most ridden areas. And this correlates with areas where Mountain Line has received requests for increased service, but they're unable to fulfill those requests. And this is where micromobility can support transit in the first mile and last mile to and from transit services. The micromobility feasibility report was led by Metroplan and Mountain Line and completed in January of 2025. Within the report, we listed risks and strategies to mitigate those risks. These are the risks in the feasibility report we identified, and because of the potential consequences and adverse effects on the city. You'll see these later on in the presentation and others. Parking concerns, winter and snow operations, personal injury, staffing and program maintenance, and public perception. In addition, we also identified some medium impact risks, including gaps in active transportation infrastructure, options for those individuals without credit cards or smartphones, devices taking over our existing bicycle racks, and company viability. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Jamie Larson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Jamie Larson. I'm an AmeriCorps Vista at the Sustainability Office. So I will begin with discussing our partnership with NAU. So NAU has been a key partner from the very start, participating in working group, engagement efforts, the feasibility report, and RFP discussions. Because devices will cross jurisdictions, NAU's involvement ensures consistent management and rules across the campus and city. So if we move forward, the city would manage procurement while NAU will sign a matching agreement. This is similar to what we did in 2020 with the GOTCHA agreement, where we worked through many of the same topics that we're talking about today and had a successful partnership. That previous teamwork gave us the opportunity to think through requirements for vendors, such as how quickly the devices are moved from sidewalks, and are now incorporated into this project as lessons learned. So the result of this collaboration is one seamless system for the community with each partner's interests protected and consistent expectations for safety, parking, and compliance. I will now discuss some of our engagement efforts with the community. So to inform this proposal, we conducted broad engagement with about 16 different groups from city commissions, divisions, and regional partners. This engagement ensured that we heard from those who are most affected, from accessibility advocates to transportation planners. And across all these conversations, each group expressed their support with moving forward with the micromobility program. However, they did outline their concerns in order for us to address them early. So through our conversations, we identified 5 common themes. Here are the first 3 of them. So equity and accessibility. They outline the need for affordable and adaptive devices and options for those without smartphones or credit cards. In addition, device features and safety was often brought up, so interest in having headlights on the devices, as well as encouraging helmet use and rider education. Compliance was another strong theme. There's concern about proper parking, speed limits, and alignment with existing code. Another two themes was enforcement. So stakeholders asked how rules would be enforced and suggested using incentives or penalties to encourage proper use. In addition, community relations. So there was strong support for proactive public education, so explaining how the system works and promoting safe and respectful riding. These themes, based on our conversations and engagement with the community, help to shape our RFP requirements and potential future program design. In addition, we also conducted a community survey. So this lasted from May to June 2025 and was hosted on Connect Flagstaff. We had about 107 respondents. As you can see here, 71% expressed interest that micromobility share would be a useful option in Flagstaff. Additionally, the top trip types included recreation, errands, as well as commuting. And 45% said they'd use micromobility more if it was integrated in collaboration with Mountain Line. So overall, public sentiment leaned positive and people were supportive. However, they did have concerns regarding safety and accessibility. So during this engagement process, we also sought information from peer cities. We sought to learn how our peer cities compensated from operators in their communities. Through this, we discovered that more than half of our peer cities did charge a fee, which is built into the contract. So there's, for example, Fort Collins. So they have an RFP process and host spin in their community. They have one staff member who dedicates 25% of their time to the program. In contrast, we have Santa Monica, who has multiple companies in their community, and as a result, they have one staff member who dedicates 50% of their time to the program, as well as one code enforcement staff member who dedicates just a small time. So if Flagstaff moves forward with the micromobility share program, we would expect that we would need to dedicate similar staff levels. And finally, we have had a lot of conversations with the community over the last 8 months. And moving forward, it will remain a multi-division effort. So from our colleagues in street section to pros and economic vitality, we had really valuable feedback from these groups. And more importantly, we will continue to work with these groups if we plan for implementation. So for example, many folks have volunteered to be part of our procurement process. And Park Flag and pros teams will be heavily involved in the operations planning. So the goal of this collaboration is to have a well-coordinated system that integrates smoothly for the community across city and NAU boundaries. I will now pass it to Chris Fair.
Thank you, Jamie. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Fair. I'm a transportation planner with the city, and I'm here tonight representing the engineering division. And I'll be discussing our staff recommendation for taking on a micromobility share program in Flagstaff. Our staff recommendation is to allow one vendor to operate in Flagstaff by issuing a single permit through a competitive RFP process. This strategy would allow us to implement operator requirements to mitigate risks, which we'll discuss over the next few slides. We also recommend assigning a cost to the operator permit to offset staff time associated with contract compliance and program analysis. We estimate 25% of a new city staff employee's time and 50% of an NAU employee's time dedicated to the oversight of this program. Now we will discuss recommendations for operator requirements to include in a future competitive RFP. I would reiterate that these recommendations have been reached through peer research and outreach. To ensure a comprehensive program, we request operators provide a shared device plan. This would include information related to the number and type of devices, city areas to limit or restrict usage, how devices would be distributed across the community, their proposed mix of device types, and a scalable plan to manage the size of the device fleet. To address appropriate parking strategies, we request operators provide a parking plan. This would serve as a baseline for future planning between a vendor and the city and its partners, and should include strategies to limit parking in downtown and on NAU to designated areas, a description of the parking racks to be provided, how improperly parked devices would be managed, and strategies for winter operations. To ensure the program is adequately staffed and maintained, we request operators provide a maintenance and distribution plan. This should include a description of how devices will be distributed and regularly balanced across the city, including to Flagstaff's underserved neighborhoods. Also a plan detailing the vendor's local staffing strategy to run the program, and a plan to pay the annual permit fee to offset city and NAU staff time. To encourage safety and compliance, we request operators provide a safety plan. This safety plan should include the use of speed restriction and geofencing as it relates to Flagstaff, the details of a customer safety agreement, and education for safe riding in the city. To address equity concerns, we request operators provide a pricing and access plan. This plan would include details related to their proposed pricing structure and strategies to make them accessible to lower income residents, as well as a description of devices or operations for people who require non-traditional considerations. To address customer service and public perception concerns, we request operators implement a user-friendly interfaces, a community communication plan leading to the system's launch, provide 24/7 customer support, and regularly share data related to ridership. And to address company viability and revenue model concerns, we request that operators comply with our city sign code, are properly insured and have a decommissioning plan in place, comply with the city's insurance requirements, and provide an overview of their company's history and cities that have demonstrated their success. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Jenny.
Thank you so much, Chris and Jamie and Kim. Council, thanks for making time. I know it's a lot after a long meeting. I've just got some repeat slides. So I wanted to just reiterate the staff recommendation that Chris just took you through. Our recommendation is here for your consideration. We're completely, of course, open to any feedback you have here, but this really comes based off of our conversations with the commissions. Jamie reiterated it, but every commission said, yes, and, right? Yes, and we want these things, and that is what this recommendation reflects. We recommend, one micro-mobility share operator. We also heard that from a number of other cities that we talked through. A permit being offered through an RFP. This is the same model that we used in 2019. We put out a request for proposals and got a number of proposals back from companies that then request for proposals led to that permit being awarded and us going into contract. And then finally, adding a fee to the operator permit. This is something new, something that we'll work with finance on, but we feel it's important that we do offset the staff time, and that also comes from our lessons learned here. In terms of implementation steps, this is also a repeated slide, but just really quickly, if council directs us to move forward, these are those next steps. We would have a fee study conversation with finance. We would go through a procurement process, and then we would work hand in hand with the selected operator, as well as with many different community partners, as well as many staff partners, to plan for that launch, to plan for what does operations look like, what does customer service look like, what does parking look like, what do winter operations look like. There's a lot of details to be worked out. Again, we'd rely on our experience in 2020 working through a contract that was signed both by the city and by NAU, and rely on a lot of partnerships. So here again, council, is our request for direction. First, should we move forward? And if so, do you have any feedback on how we should move forward? We'll take any feedback that you offer on number 2 and put that into our conversations about the fee study, if that's appropriate. or into the RFP, right? We have the ability to craft that RFP in the way that we want it and see what the respondents come back to us with. So we will use that there. And just before I close, I'd like to thank the large team here tonight, as well as our NAU and Mountain Line partners who are not here, and the many folks at the city who have contributed to this process. So thank you, council, and we are here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Jenny and team. That was a very interesting presentation, and it's not that I haven't seen it before, because I really enjoy watching all the commission meetings. And I have a love-hate relationship with this presentation because I'm always watching the commission meetings to see what's new. And then I see the presentation, and I go to the next one, I see it again. But what I saw during that time is you guys listening and responding to the questions, which had a common theme that we saw here on council during our last presentation, kind of moved through the commissions with little nuances that you addressed in this presentation. So I was able to see like the maturation of the process and really enjoy the outcomes of it. So the first recommendation is I want to kick this into motion full throttle. The second part, how we should proceed, I think we should do it in small steps. You know, as incremental as we need to understand our strengths and our weaknesses is important to me. And I don't think by making it as small as we need to be that we're going to be short selling ourselves. I think we're going to get real data from a small subset without taking too much risk and not putting too much onus on the providers. So that way we have a partnership that's feasible in the beginning and that we can grow as both the city and the partner sees fit and the community starts to align with the microshare mobility, which I am hopeful for. When I leave town, when I go out of town, you'll see me on one of these things all the time. You won't often see me carrying my helmet with me. It's just not something that happens. So there, you know, the stuff that you addressed face forward in the beginning of this presentation warms my heart and makes me think that you guys are very cognizant of some of the challenges that are out there and that you guys are ready to face those challenges and see what we can do with this thing. But going back to the story, you know, I use these a lot when I go other places. So I'm excited to see what we do with it, and I want to see this program succeed. And if it doesn't, then we'll know why. Mm-hmm. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Jenny and the team, for going through all of this. I know it's been a long journey. You know, I was the only person who was on council back in 2018 during the pilot project and the conversations that went on around all things mobility. Of course, all of us were in town during the pilot project, so we all have very valid, legitimate memories and considerations from our own personal experiences during that time. You know, I really don't think we can stop this, so it's better to ride this bull than to stand in its way. And I like what Councilmember Garcia just said about incrementally phasing it in, baby steps. I think that's the best way this is going to become palatable. You know, I have a lot of questions about what this is going to look like during a heavy winter. I think a lot of these things are going to be frozen in ice for months at a time and AWOL until they thaw. You know, but the main thing for me is there's two sides to this. There's this side. You guys have meticulously thought through all of the challenges and criticisms, probably more so than anyone. And you know, a lot of your wisdom is based on what we learned during the pilot, but you guys are hypersensitive and aware of all the ways in which this could run afoul and could fail, and you're trying to, you know, head that off. I fully acknowledge all of that work, and I trust all of that dialogue and work that went into this to fully guide this process to success and to community buy-in. But the other part of this is the community buy-in, and That's just a journey that we all have to go on. And we have to listen to people, and we have to show them that it's working. And we have to allay their fears and their skepticism through actually navigating success on this. I think it's really interesting that a lot of these things are used after hours when the buses stop. You know, I have questions about ice and berms, and really our mobility during winter is terrible to begin with, and it's largely criticized, and we're working on that very hard to try to figure out how to, you know, reprioritize all the people who walk in this town during those winter events, as well as getting cars going. I wonder about, honestly, one of my questions is about drunk eve mobiling. I don't know. It seems like a broad category of things, but it wouldn't surprise me that a lot of this after hours use is people using this as an alternative to cars, but there may still be issues with that. I'm interested in exploring that as fully as possible. But anything we can do to increase multimodality and alternate forms of transportation in the city of Flagstaff, I'm all for it. And I think you guys know how to get the community to yes on this. And being out in front on the community here as a representative, I'm willing to put your reputation on the line by supporting this fully.
Councilmember House.
Did I hear that last comment correctly? Okay. Thank you all very much for your presentation. I am also in support of moving this forward, and am excited to see this come back for our community. Jenny, I believe we've had past conversations about this possibility and just some of the considerations from the last time we had the pilot program. At that time, I was working in multifamily housing, and so of course dealt with the challenges, we'll say, of where people decided to drop off their bikes. And so I'm very happy to see in the operator requirements that you all have expressed mindfulness of that and are putting in some considerations for dedicated parking or designated spaces in different locations. I'm also really happy to see the addressing of equity concerns and making sure that this is accessible to all members of the community in ways that work for them. The only thing I'd add on to that consideration is that there is the consideration under equity for residents without a smartphone or credit card. And then in the section on addressing customer service and public perception concerns, it talks about a user-friendly app. So just thinking how will that be accessible for people in that same situation? Or how will people have access to information about the program if they maybe don't have access to a computer or a smartphone or easy access that way? The only other thought that I had on any of this was ensuring that the neighborhood associations or neighborhood-based organizations are continuously part of the conversation as well, which I'm sure they've been part of it so far, but just considering how they might contribute to ensuring access throughout some of the historically underserved or underrepresented communities and neighborhoods, helping to get the information out about the program if and when it comes to the community, and also considering like that they would likely become some of the centers of conversation if parking or abandonment of a bike or anything like that came into consideration. But
overall, very excited by what you all have presented, the level of thought and detail that's gone into this, and the amount of partnerships that you're bringing into this as well. I think it's really exciting, and it's keeping our community moving forward in really positive ways on this front. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I was here for the spin, and then I was in the audience during all the gotcha conversations. So maybe third time's a charm. I do appreciate all of your time on this. I know it takes a lot to come to us with such a well thought out presentation and thought process on how to move forward. I do have a couple of questions. How will the program work with Mountain Line to help create seamless trips for its users?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, and I invite any of my co-presenters to hop up too if needed. So what we are asking for, what we propose to ask for, if council wishes us to move forward, is to ask for the vendor to consider integration with the transit app, which Mountain Line uses. We don't have that as a requirement just because we didn't want a technological barrier to be what keeps us from one or the other. We're not sure about how integration will work, but we want to hear from the proposers on how they would do that and how they would integrate with it. Another way that we plan to integrate with it, when we were in the process of planning implementation with Gotcha in 2020, that was kind of our false start. We started talking about what does parking look like around bus stops, right? Do we have parking stations where that's sort of a preferred parking area, right? Parking will look different throughout the city, right? It will look different downtown, it will look different at NAU, it will look different in our more suburban neighborhoods. But what we want to do is make sure that we're having special consideration to that. We, as was noted before, the spin pilot showed us in 2018 that we were getting a ton of use after Mountain Line's hours had dropped off, and even before in the morning too, right? And so Mountain Line saw this as really complementary. They've been partners the whole time, and so what we want to do is really continue that collaboration and being complementary in that way. Another thing that we're asking for the proposers is, could there be a seamless integration of payment, right? If you pay for a, let's say, micromobility ride, could you get a discount on your transit ride, right? What could that look like? Again, a lot of this is the operators are operating in hundreds, dozens, if not hundreds of cities across the US, right? They know what they can do, and so we want to hear from them. Can you do this? Can you make it a seamless payment? Can it be so that you can transfer from one to the other? What we also found with the spin pilot was that micromobility was being used where Mountain Line has gaps. And so that was really exciting for them to see. We want to continue that to really, for this to help close that first mile, last mile. Maybe you can't walk the 2 miles to get to a bus stop if you're in one of our outlying neighborhoods, but you sure can scooter. And there might be a scooter around. And so can people use that as a bridge to get over to that transit?
Great answer. Thank you. That's a lot of good options, and I appreciate you thinking about that. My other question, since the spin cycle, it's late, I feel like there's been a lot of technology and a lot of change in this, and I'm wondering, moving forward, when things are changing and there's new technologies out, what is our plan to keep up with that? So that we aren't having to reinvent things every time?
That's such a good question. I'll start, and y'all can jump in if you want. We have been lucky in some ways to sit out micromobility share since spin, right? It's been 7 years. Will be at least 8 by the time this comes back, if it does. And there has been so much change, as you mentioned. One of the best changes is that cities and operators have learned how to work together really well. We've learned a ton from our peer cities about what requirements they're putting on the operators and what operators are asking back from the cities. Operators have also really learned how to control behavior, right? And to incentivize behavior with money, as that works, right? But they've learned a lot about that. So I just want to acknowledge that change. I think that in terms of how we want to deal with that going forward, we see this as a short contract, so a 2-year contract, right? We have a lot of work to do with procurement to get there, but we think that a 2-year contract would allow us to sort of see what's going on and figure out where we're at, and then extend if both parties agree, right? But it wouldn't be an automatic extension, and it would allow us to say, yeah, we actually want to incorporate this into our contract, right? Or we need to raise or lower fees as we kind of see how much staff time is going in here. We want that to be sort of a ongoing conversation with that operator. We also just hope that, we have the ability with the operator to have a good relationship. Our proposed requirements are asking for a lot, but we feel that we can build a really strong relationship with that operator so that if they're able to come to us and say, we would like to add this offering because of this new technology, that we can work through it with that. That's part of the staff request, right? So that we have someone who can really work with that operator and be that partner. Do you guys want? Oh, yes, Kim.
Oh, I'm not gonna stay up here. I did want to mention that the devices, things grow old. Devices, there's newer devices that come out and stuff. I just want to mention the devices will not be, they're the operator's devices. They're not our devices. So it's up to the operator to maintain and keep current those devices. That's their job. It's not the city's job. That's their job, and it's in their contract. So it wouldn't be a requirement of the city to do this. It's their job, and it would be in their contract. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you. So I am very supportive of the direction given and the two options, or I guess one option. Yes. And I don't really have any more feedback. I think you've done a great job. You've really thought this out, and I appreciate that. And I'm excited to see what comes of it and what this will do for our city and micro whatevers. I'm so tired.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent presentation, I thank you. I'm fully supportive of allowing one and only one micromobility share to operate. I do have, just to be clear, I think, as was implied but not clearly stated, that we would require vendors, applicants to provide both e-bikes and e-scooters. And the other comment I have is in your presentation, you said they would need to provide technical support 24/7. I would add or suggest adding 365 so that support would be available on holidays.
Thank you. I agree 100%.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a side note, Google Maps, they could just plug it in their destination and it would tell them when the next bus stop is and where they go in case they don't want to or can't integrate. Very happy to, and just thank you for all the partners and all the hard work. You guys have done a fabulous job. Jenny and I have talked about this project not too long ago, and so you already kind of went down all the things that you envision putting in a contract and having the vendor providing stuff. And so I feel really good about, you've already figured it out. I mean, you just really covered bases that I hadn't thought about. So thank you for all that hard work. And I appreciate and agree with Councilmember House about making sure that this is accessibility to all and to all, whether they have debit cards and credit cards or, how do they get the information and how do they pay for it, I think is going to be really important, and I appreciate you guys looking into that. And then, I just wanted to comment. I was down in Phoenix a couple weeks ago, and I thought about this program because I saw a scooter laying on the ground, and I thought to myself, wow, you have to go so far, in Phoenix, you could go a really long distance to get from A to B. And so I was questioning, do we really need that here, right? But Kim, thank you for kind of showing the map and showing the usage before, so that really answered the question. And I did want to just speak on geoengineering. It was a term I learned just a few years ago, and just for the audience, if they've never heard of it, or council members, that interesting technology. I know NAU uses a lot for football games. That's how I learned about it. They pick up your cell phone where you are and send you a little message saying, come to the game. So if you walk around with your cell phone on, they know exactly where you are. There's software out there. So I just think that it's important for our community to know that. And so thank you so much. I think this is, I'm hopeful for this pilot program. I think that it'll get very popular. And I think you've done a lot of good background work to ensure its success. So thank all of you for all that you've done.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be fairly quick. Surprised nobody took the bait on this one. When it comes time to promote this, since I'm a public-facing figure, I want to be, I'm willing to help out in any way I can for communication, so you can count on me.
I too am supportive. I think one vendor is good. My main, I think that this is a great opportunity for transportation in Flagstaff. My biggest concern is who makes sure that our sidewalks aren't blocked by these, because accessibility is incredibly important. And is that what this staff time, the 50% to NAU and 25% to the city, is that how it will be handled?
Yeah, come up here, Chris.
Thank you for your question, Mayor. So related to enforcement of keeping scooters off of sidewalks or anywhere that they would be improperly parked, this is something that we hope we can cut off before it becomes a problem for the city by putting all responsibility onto the vendor and having a system in place where on the scooter, if say a complaint is going to be filed against it for how it's parked, that phone call doesn't go to the city necessarily, that goes to the vendor to be managed. We understand that there's going to be some level of how it comes back to us, and that's where we want to have a person in place whose responsibility it is to oversee contract enforcement and management, as well as somebody who could be very close to the program, analyze ridership data, and create reports. So that's part of the proposed new role that would be associated with the program.
So are you anticipating that a vendor would contract with someone who lives in Flagstaff to be on call to handle these situations?
Yes, that's the goal, to have a system set up in place where, because there's going to, vendor management is going to be essential, you know, that redistribution of scooters so that they don't end up just cluttered in, you know, two parts of the city, NAU and downtown, but redistributing the systems that were established through the contract is an important part of this. So the vendor is going to have responsibility to manage and maintain scooters across the city.
Great, because if there's something blocking the sidewalk, we need it taken care of immediately.
That's right, and I just want to add to Chris's answers to here, but that, you know, we are going to ask through the RFP process, since it looks like we're moving forward, what is your staffing plan? Exactly how many local staff are you going to have here? That was a good lesson learned with 2018, because we got some promises but didn't get it, right? But what we want to understand is exactly what is your staffing plan. We don't want to mandate it because we don't know how many devices they're going to propose to bring, right? We want them to tell us what they need to successfully operate their business, and also what staff they need to meet certain timelines. In the 2020 contract and what we would do now, we said this must be picked up if it's blocking an emergency exit, if it's blocking ADA access, right, within this set amount of time. And so we want to set those boundaries and then say, tell us how many staff you're going to provide. Are they full-time? Are they part-time? what does this look like? When are they working? So we're asking for a lot of details. We'll see what we get back. And Kim is going to add.
Stay right here.
And that's why we want them to provide their peer and who they've contracted with in the past, so we can check their references.
Thank you. So do you feel like you have enough information from us, enough feedback?
Yes, I believe we do.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving down to 14 future agenda item requests. The first one, A, is from Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. As I stated when I brought this up a couple weeks ago, just decoupling the requirement to have a site plan or a concept plan before a developer even knows if he gets a rezoning is just a lot of time and money investment. Taking that requirement out does not put us at any more risk because they'll still have to go through this site planning and concept plans after they know that they can get their property rezoned. I believe in my research that this will speed up the process, reduce the cost, which will eventually impact the overall end product and the cost of the housing. So I'm really excited to think that we might move in this direction. So I'm just looking for support so we can hear from staff. If I've read Michelle McNulty correctly, oh, there you are. She's in support of this idea. Yes.
Did you want to add anything, Michelle?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak this late after you've been here this long. But I do support it. It's something that we've been working to head in that direction. I don't know how much discussion we want to have on it, but I'll just say that we're setting up the regional plan to really support us in moving in that direction. We've been looking at code to understand what can we do, even under the current regional plan, to start to make that process for the rezone easier and definitely decouple. So here to answer any questions and kind of understand better what you're asking for. I think if it's okay, I'd like to offer, to start the conversation, maybe we could prepare a community council report, just updating you on everything that we are doing. And that might help any future conversations that you might have about this. And doing what I should clarify is everything that we're doing to move in the direction of decoupling site plans from rezones.
And if I understood you correctly, when you and I met about this before I brought it to a fair, it was, what you're doing now is moving in that direction, but this fair just kind of brings it over the finish line. So if I understood that right, again, the speed of government kind of goes slow, and so I want to make sure we have a lot of good traction behind this, because I think, in my mind, I don't know anything about changing code, but our policy, but it just seems like that could really open up the processes now. And as we're working on the regional plan and stuff, but we could get this now so developers can see that there's new light at the end of the tunnel.
I think I need clarity when you say that the fair would get us across the finish line. So I think to entirely decouple the rezone from a site plan, a lot of that has to do with adopting the regional plan, specifically because that's a big portion about why we have land use designations with implementing zoning districts. That's actually a major component to what we're trying to do. I think we could talk about what we can do under the current zone and under the current regional plan, but I don't know if the fair gets us across the finish line from institutionalizing something.
Okay. And so tonight, if I understand that part, is just moving forward so we can have this more robust discussion and really understand.
Yes, and the importance of, I think, the regional plan, what it's trying to do. And I think for me personally, and a large part of this is also what we're doing with the last cap and trying to get the code to actually, just as a code, get the development the community wants. That way there's kind of this comfort level from council that we don't need to see the site plan because we trust our code to get us the type of development that we want to see. But I also think staff needs to understand how far our council is willing to support us going in that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Can I ask Michelle a question? And I don't mean to crack an egg open here. Please be sure to head this off at the pass if you need to. Is this at all relevant to the controversial stuff that we're getting lots of emails and chatter about regarding the regional plan? Oh my gosh, I'd have to look it up, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do, and it's not. I think you're talking about numbers 67 and 24.
Thank you.
No, those are not related. No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
It's fair.
Mayor and council, sorry. We're kind of moving into discussion of it before, bringing it back to talk to you about it, so that was.
Just a clarifying question. I apologize.
All right, do we have 2 thumbs up to request that we have a future conversation about this? Great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. B, future agenda item request. This is a citizen's petition, and it was submitted by Councilmember Spence. And so Councilmember Spence will be acting as the citizen in this regard, and so will not be voting on this and will be staying in the audience. So, Councilmember, Dr. Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. And as has been stated, I'm here as a citizen, and my colleague, Dave Fronsky, is also here to speak to this issue. We circulated this petition, which is a request for the Flagstaff City Council to pass a resolution of support for the Back from the Brink campaign regarding the U.S. nuclear weapons arsenal. Of course, the first necessary step is for the council to approve this as a future agenda item, and that's why we're here today. This is a grassroots campaign, Back from the Brink, sponsored by the Union of Concerned Scientists. And that organization, of course, has the doomsday clock that's updated every year, and it's at 90 seconds before midnight at the current placement. Also sponsored by Physicians for Social Responsibility. Disarmament regarding nuclear weapons has been a public discussion ever since the founding of the United Nations, and that was one of their first resolutions. However, from 1946 until 2021, there was no actual path or method to eliminate nuclear weapons. Then, in 2021, the General Assembly Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons came into force for the 50 nations that had ratified it, and it has now been ratified by 74 nations. None of the 9 nuclear-armed nations have ratified, and that is the purpose of this campaign, is to get the United States to sign the treaty and initiate the process of multilateral, verifiable, irrevocable elimination and prohibition. And the key to getting this action is grassroots campaign. Currently, 78 cities and municipalities have endorsed. And I have a t-shirt that has all of the cities that have endorsed. The only Arizona city that has endorsed is Tucson. So Flagstaff would be the first or the second city to endorse. So I ask for your consideration for future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have an additional commenter. We have David Fronsky.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Dave Fronsky. I'm requesting a future agenda discussion of the endorsement of Back from the Brink campaign and its 5 policy agendas that are common sense, practical solutions that would greatly reduce the risks posed by nuclear weapons. Back from the Brink campaign calls on the United States to prevent nuclear war by these 5 provisions. 1, actively pursuing a verifiable agreement among nuclear-armed states to eliminate their nuclear arsenals. 2, to renouncing the option of using nuclear weapons first. 3, ending the sole unchecked authority of any president to launch a nuclear attack. 4, taking U.S. nuclear weapons off hair trigger alert. And 5, canceling the plan to replace the entire arsenal with enhanced weapons. Today, the threat of nuclear war is greater than it has been in decades. The catastrophic risks are real and urgent, threatening our communities, our environment, and the very future of human civilization. Dangerous policies remain in place that heighten these risks. Diplomacy has been sidelined far too long. U.S. decision makers plan to spend up to $2 trillion over the next few decades on new nuclear bombs, missiles, submarines, and other instruments for waging nuclear war. The only way to eliminate these risks and truly prevent a nuclear war is to abolish nuclear weapons. To date, more than 502 health, environmental, academic, peace, faith, and justice organizations have endorsed Back from the Brink, and 78 municipalities and counties have adopted resolutions supporting the solutions, as well as 8 state legislatures. Nuclear abolition is not only possible, it has precedence. Diplomatic agreement like the Limited Test Ban Treaty and the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty have helped promote peaceful cooperation. Technology and systems exist for verification and enforcement. There are organizations in place that systematically verify treaty compliance. There is a myth that we can stop a nuclear attack. It is highly unlikely that there will ever be a fully effective system to defend against a large-scale nuclear missile attack. ICBM missiles are incredibly fast. The warhead, the part of the missile with the weapon, is a small and difficult target to hit. In the event of a large-scale missile attack, there is no existing defense system that can successfully stop such a barrage. You can make a difference today by requesting a future agenda discussion of endorsement of Back from the Brink campaign. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So we need 3 thumbs up to move this forward, and then if you would like to indicate why you gave your, whichever you do. So do we have 3 thumbs up to move this forward? Okay, looks like we don't. And does anyone have anything that you, Councilmember Aslan?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief here. Thank you, Dr. Spence, for bringing this forward, and to the other member of the public, I'm sorry I don't recall your name all of a sudden. Dave, this is incredibly important. It's existential. I think it's one of the most important things that we need to be locked on as a global community. And this has come before council before. I remember at that time I supported moving it forward. That conversation didn't happen. And I guess all I have to say at this point right now is that I spoke a couple weeks ago about another topic that I personally felt was worthy for support in my personal life. And I gave a bunch of rubrics about, you know, my current thinking, how I've evolved over the course of being on council, about which public petitions to move forward. And I'm afraid that this petition kind of follows the same track. It clicks the same boxes, and it doesn't click the same boxes that I felt the previous petition that came through was about. And so I think we have to be very judicious about moving public petitions forward. And the number one concern needs to be their local focus and what are we able to do through our role as administrators and policymakers for the city of Flagstaff. I would happily sign on to this resolution myself. I don't feel that it's a conversation at this time that rises to involving the city apparatus in engaging in a greater discourse about it. That might sound a bit contradictory and like there's some cognitive dissonance there, and that may be true, but I'm trying to stick to the new thresholds by which I let these things go forward. I have to treat them all equally.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Spence, Mr. Fronsky, and others who supported this citizens petition. I agree with Councilmember Aslan, so I'm not going to reiterate all of what he said. I would just like to add that I believe this has come before us at least once before, actually, maybe twice since I've been on council. And with one of the past ones, I was supportive of the conversation, but not to the point of continuing it forward. But personally was willing to sign off on the commitment from council members that was asked for on that. And for me, this is the same. So I have personally signed off on the Back from the Brink campaign, but don't believe that it rises to the level of future council conversations. So I support the cause, just not this particular petition. So thank you again, both, for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Dr. Spence. And David, it's good to see you here. And your advocacy for world betterment and world peace is a testament to your community, to who you've become in this community. And it's seen by myself and by everyone here on the dais. So thank you for coming forward. I did support this for a public discussion, but I do agree with my colleagues for their sentiment. When it comes to resolutions, I've just seen so many of them being in this room for as long as I have, that have went nowhere, and were in a bit of a wasted. Well, I don't want to say a waste of time because it meant something to somebody, but it didn't actually change anything on the dial. So I do support this conversation, but I do also sympathize with my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't belabor the point, but for all the reasons that have just been said, it has been my stance since I've been on council to stick to focuses on things that we can make a direct impact in our city. I too am very supportive of the movement, of the cause for sure. So it's, I'm happy to hear my colleagues have the same reasoning to not raise their hand. And again, not because we don't support the efforts, but just because we have to have a clear focus on what resolutions and proclamations we bring forward, and they need to be focused on what we can do at the city level. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
And I'll make this quick. Thank you for bringing this forward. I did go to the website, and I will be signing off as myself. And for the reasons stated by others, I do agree this isn't something I want to move forward on the dais, but in conversation in the community, I think it's good and warranted. Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to item number 15, open call to the public, and I do not see any. So then we're moving on to 16, informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. And I'll start with Councilmember Matthews.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Not tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Pass.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember House.
I promise I will be super quick with this. One conversation that I've been having in the community with Deputy City Manager Shannon Anderson and involving the mayor in is conversations about the ability to move Flagstaff forward as a recovery-ready community, which is essentially a movement that's happening across the country to unify the efforts that we're having in terms of behavioral health care, substance use, and housing, criminal justice, all the things that kind of make a community healthy and thriveable are part of this work. So I will be hopefully bringing more information on that forward to the rest of council soon, but just wanted to kind of give a prelude for that conversation. So that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Spence.
Nothing this evening.
Thank you. City Manager. Okay, we're adjourned.